Good evening, and I would like to reconvene the regular council meeting of December 14th. It actually started at 6 p.m. this evening, so we're reconvening the meeting at 7 p.m. tonight, and I'm going to try and make a public announcement here for the capacity of the room has been reached. So we have a couple of public hearings on the back half of the meeting, and we want to make sure that everybody gets heard for the public hearing piece of it. So if we can get to that part of the agenda, and you've had your opportunity to speak, and you want to stay for the whole meeting, I guess I'm asking politely if you could leave once your business is done. How's that? But I don't want to exclude anybody from the public hearing piece. Or hold it, Brenda. So first of all, a little confusing for me. I'm the acting mayor. Could I have a show of hands of people who will be here for the first half, but not the public hearings with respect to the rezoning? Okay.
Okay, that works then.
Okay, so that works. So the public hearing does, yes.
Can we move it?
What do you want me to do?
Move public hearing before the grants.
But these people are all here for the grants.
Oh, yeah, so after. Where is the public hearing right now?
Public hearing is right here.
Right here.
So this is the grant piece
Right.
here. So the grant piece is first, then the public hearing is second. Right? Grants are first and then public hearing. The way the agenda reads. Oh, recommendations? D1 to the delegations. Okay. Okay. Yep. Okay.
So you have another option.
Yes.
Is to move down to the fire hall bay.
Okay.
And then everybody has access.
Okay, we have another option. We can move down to the fire hall bay downstairs, and then everyone can attend the meeting, and then you can come and go at your leisure. And I think that's probably, oh boy. Yep. Yeah, we can move the community grants first.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, move it.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, option number 3. We're going to move the community grants to, with the approval of council and the agenda, we can move the community grants to the first part of the meeting. Okay, hold it. I would ask you to save your applause while we're in council chambers. Thank you. Okay, so we have the first items on the agenda are the adoption of the council and committee of the whole minutes. First is November 16th, 2015, committee of the whole. Yes. Okay, that's fine. Yes. Okay, so could I have a motion from council to change the order of the agenda tonight?
I'll move it.
Okay, so moved by Councillor Parkinson, seconded by Councillor Ray. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Okay, so, thank you. So now we'll move into the adoption of council minutes and the committee of the whole meeting minutes. Committee of the whole meeting from November 16th, as I just said.
Second.
Moved by Councillor Casper, seconded by Councillor Ray. Any discussion? Carried. All those in favor? Carried. November 23rd, regular council meeting. Moved by Councillor Parkinson, seconded by Councillor Logans. Any discussion? All those in favor? Carried. November 30th, special council meeting. Moved by Councillor Casper, seconded by Councillor Logans. Any discussion? All those in favor? Carried. Okay, receipt of draft council committee minutes for information. November 5th. I'm going to do these in a lump if everybody's okay with that. November 5th, November 12th, November 18th, November 19th, November 24th, and November 25th.
Second.
Moved by Councillor Parkinson, second by Councillor Casper. Any discussion? All those in favor? Carried. Okay. So now, are we going to get the delegate? So now we go into the delegations, and the first one up is the Heart and Stroke Foundation for Big Bike for Souk, Jody Gazer, Community Development Coordinator. So, Jody. Welcome, and could you state your name and turn on the mic? Thank you.
Yes. Hi, my name is Jody Geyser, actually. No problem. I'm with the Heart and Stroke Foundation, and I'm here to present and give some information on the Big Bike campaign, which is we are bringing to Souk for the first time ever in 2016. So I do have a presentation, but I'm going to keep this pretty short and sweet because I do know that we have a busy agenda for the evening, and I'm really appreciative of you giving me the time to give you just a little bit of information on what we do and why we're coming to Souk. So like I said, with the Heart and Stroke Foundation, so these are just facts. They're facts that you can find online, facts about what we do. But basically, the Heart and Stroke Foundation raises money and creates awareness around research, advocacy, and the promotion of health and wellness around cardiovascular disease. And so that is heart and stroke. And so, just a fact, close to 70,000 Canadians die every year from heart disease and stroke, and that's one life taken every 7 minutes, which is quite a drastic fact. Again, more facts, but I'm going to skip through these because I do want to tell you about the actual event that we are bringing. But just another thing that with those statistics, it is costing Canadians billions of dollars every year for the health-related aspect. Our mission is to prevent disease, save lives, and promote recovery. So like I said, that's through research, advocacy, and health promotion. So that's starting right with the children. We have the Jump Rope for Heart program that goes into the schools, and then we do our door-to-door canvassing and other fundraising campaigns that reach the people and do the promotion for what we're doing. We are the leading health charity, so we're second to the Canadian government in funding for health, for research for heart and stroke. This is just community reach, but I do have information that will be promoted with this upcoming event about what we do specifically on the island. These are big numbers for what we do on a national level through Canada. So we have brought the death rate from heart disease and stroke has come down more than 75% since our existence, which is a pretty incredible reach. These are photos, and then I'm going to get cute baby. So one of the misconceptions I always say is heart and stroke doesn't just affect older people; it really does affect all generations. So that is one of the biggest misconceptions that I find. So I'm here to tell you about the Big Bike. So the Big Bike, it's one bike, 30 seats, 20 minutes, 2 kilometers, one great team working to create more survivors. And I do have a picture of the Big Bike. It's that's the back end of it in the bottom right-hand corner there. So we try to get everyone to dress in silly costumes or in business colors. Your business name does get listed on the front of the bike as well. So So, like I said, it's a big red bike built for 30 people. I've worked with council and some of the city members to work out a route. The bike goes 22 kilometers, so it's about a 20-minute ride, and it does fit 30 people. We provide the driver, though, so it's you make a team of 29 individuals, and we give you the steering wheel and the brakes. The brakes are the most important part. Souk was a bit of a challenge. I decided that I wanted to bring the big bike here because you're a booming community. Your town is growing, and that's amazing. And it's a really fun event, and I wanted to bring it here. But Souk is also very hilly. So we have one, and it's a big red bike that is not motorized by anything but human power. So we have one possible route, and it's going to go right down the highway, and it's going to do 2 loops around. It's going to use your new roundabout that is just being built and is basically finished. So using this new beautiful highway that you have, we are going to ride along that. And we're here for one day in the afternoon. Like I said, each ride is about 20 minutes. So your time commitment as an organization that's evolved is an hour. That's for you to come register your team. We play a fun, silly game. We're going to be set up right in the town center by that roundabout in between the 2 grocery store or mall centers there. We set up big red tents. We make you dress up in costume. We play a warm-up game. It's mostly just to get you in the mood, to get you on the bike, make a lot of noise, cause a scene. There's music. It's a really fun time. And so, like I said, this fundraising campaign is the foundation's longest standing campaign. So it's been around for a really long time. It's been on the island for 22 years. Like I said, this is the first time that we're bringing it to Souk. So kind of testing it out, but I think it's going to be a really great success. You get to ride the bike for 30. That's a great thing. And you get to support life-saving research to prevent disease and save more lives. So along with this, the Big Bike is a fundraising event. There's no registration fee for the Big Bike. So you put a team together, you fundraise, you come out and ride. Your team can be anywhere from 14 people. That's what it takes to make the bike move, up to 29 people. And you come out and you just have a lot of fun. We like for each individual to raise at least $50. As a bike, we want each bike to raise about $1,500. It just justifies our costs of coming here. But we don't have any upfront payment or fees for each team to participate. I'm here to support each team through their fundraising. So I provide tools, support. If they're doing something big enough, I'll come out and speak. I'll provide posters, swag, whatever they need to support their fundraising for this event. And then, of course, day of, I'm here cheering, maybe not the loudest, probably the loudest. Last year, I had no voice by the end of it. It was a 10-day stint going all over the island. But it is a whole lot of fun, and it's a great community event and a good team-building event for organizations. And so these are just, again, big numbers. So last year we invested over we've invested over $32 million in life-saving heart disease and stroke research in 2014. We placed more than 8,000 life-saving AEDs, which are the automatic defibrillators. And on the island, I believe that there are over 40 now placed on the island. So every year that number is growing now. And then the Heart and Stroke Foundation has funded the development of life-saving treatments that created 165,000 survivors last year. So, that's the bike there. That's in Sydney. So that's the bike. And then those are just some other fundraising events that we do. So that's my contact information. And your Council Bonnie over here, people do know how to contact me. I will be coming to Souk more and more, and you will see posters with my name and my contact if you want to get involved. Otherwise, you can just call us in the Victoria office is where you can find me if you want to put a team together. So that's our mission. Does anybody have any questions? Quickly.
Thank you for your presentation.
Yeah.
Councillor Parkinson.
Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
I worked for the Heart and Stroke Foundation as well.
Amazing.
And I rode on the Big Bike as well and raised funds. And I think it is a wonderful cause, and it is a lot of great fun. And to have 30 of us together riding would be really enjoyable. I think that with our Route 2, when you say it's going down the main drag down here, it can also come around our new road, which is Wadham's Way. So that won't be a hill sort of thing, so you can do the loop that way.
Yeah.
And I was just wondering what the date of it will be next year.
June 9th.
June 9th?
Yes, that
And
would
what
have
day
been
of the week is that?
That's a Thursday.
Thursday, June 9th?
And we haven't worked out timing.
Okay.
Usually we would be in a community from anywhere from 7 a.m. until 7 p.m. or 7 or 8 a.m. until 7 p.m. So first light to sundown. But here we probably won't do a full day here. So we'll just work out what works best for the businesses. Yeah, and what timings work best for them to be able to attend.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you for your question.
Any other councillors that have questions? Oh, thank you for your presentation tonight.
Thank you so much for your time.
Look forward to your success.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I'm going to ask again tonight to hold the applause till the end of the entire meeting. So, because we are in council chambers. Thank you. Next, we have a delegation from Suk Fuchi, Category A Grant Community. Phoebe Dunbar, Vice President.
Can we raise this up a little bit? Thank you. Good evening to Mayor and Council and district staff and all the people in the audience. We're really pleased to be able to be here this evening. There's a number of people here who are associated with Fuchi. I can't introduce them all, but Kim Metzger, as you know, is with the Food Bank, and she's one of the recipients of what it is that we grow at the gardens. And Britt is one of our directors, and I think she spoke with the Grants Review Committee a couple of weeks ago. And then there's lots of supporters in the audience and volunteers down there, and Paula McCormick, who's the coordinator, and some of the volunteers at the. But I just want you to know I'm not alone. And it's crowdsourcing for funds. Anyway, it's good to be here and have an opportunity to speak to the recommendation that's coming forward to the council. Hopefully, on the behalf of Fuchi, I can present a rationalization for this recommendation not to be considered to discontinue the funding for this program. We would like to recommend, if it's possible, that there be an opportunity provided to us to continue the conversation, because we believe that on the night of the 18th of November, a lot of us weren't there, and we were not able to participate in answering some of the questions, and we believe some of the information that was used was not totally complete, and that includes some financial records that are over 2 years old. And tonight, I can't read my brief, it's far too long, but I hope you've had a chance to look at some of it. But tonight I'd like to speak to about 3 points that we were led to believe that were raised as the concerns that led to the recommendation to discontinue the funding. We heard that there was some concern about Fuchi's ability to sustain some of its programs and the dependency that's been maintained on grants. From the brief that we submitted to you, we outlined how we have almost become totally sustainable and independent from grant funding. For all of our programs now, except for one, we can carry out our program objectives from the dollars we raise at special events. Farm tours, CD Saturdays, film nights, workshops, and now an Apple Fest. It's taken a long time to get to this point. We were formed as an organization in 2007, and there was a lot, you know what it's like with a voluntary organization. It takes a lot of time to get your board together and all your project teams. And as you know, we took on the Sun River Gardens, and that took a lot of time, but we got incredible support from the community, including the district and some of the councils through the years that have now passed since that time. So one of the things we heard about, as I mentioned, was sustainability. And sadly, we can't brag that the Grow Rope program is sustainable yet, but we do believe that it can become sustainable. And to this end, we did submit some information to the Grants Review Committee before the night of the 18th, and we would like to target the year of 2016 as a time to look towards transitioning away from the grants, because all the other programs now require no grants. And that would be done through the collaboration with some other partners, including the National Food Bank Organization that Kim has advised us of, and they support programs like this. And there's a provincial program that provides support to some of our local farmers to provide local produce coupons to people in need. So we think there is a way to make this a little more sustainable. But some of charitable programs, they do need some support. And for this end, that's how we thought for the Category A grants that fits some of the criteria. It's a valued community service. Hopefully you wouldn't have to compete every year for a grant, but it certainly should be reviewed and evaluated, and what are you getting out of it? And so we would like to think that that is possible if 2016 was used as a year to look at transitioning to another model of operating. The second concern we heard that was raised, and I'm really sorry I wasn't there because perhaps we could have offered some clarification. So I regret that that happened. But we heard that there was belief on the part of some of the members of the committee that Fuji has considerable surpluses. And unfortunately, some of that information has gone all around the community because it's now into the public record that we have a surplus of $50,000. Now, as a nonprofit, we don't. But if one was to read the financial statement of the year that was issued for the fiscal year ending for August 31st, 2013, it could be misread. And it does look like it when you read it. It says balance of the funds, $52,000, something like that. But unfortunately, and I think there's other nonprofits in here, the fiscal year end is not the calendar year end. So our society has a year end for August 31st, but many of our projects and programs aren't completed. They're not even completed at December of that calendar year. Those monies go into the next year. And so it looks like we were pretty flush. But in reality, when you looked at where those dollars were restricted and targeted, we weren't. But we would like an opportunity to have a conversation to make sure people understand that. I mean, it'd be great if we had $50,000, but we don't. Especially, we'd like to bring all the financial information up to date, which would be right now. We could provide that information. And some of that was attached to the brief, where some of the funds have gone when we raised considerable monies through special events. And then the third item was staffing. Fuji, we don't have any staff. I guess it depends on how you define that. The only charitable program we operate is the Grow Row program, and it does require coordination. And we see that funding from the district for this contract leverages many volunteer hours and supports citizen engagement to include many, many people in the operation of this program. Yes, it is on the professional agreement, because somebody, I think, in the committee questioned, why do we pay that coordinator $20 an hour? But that person donates another 200 to 300 hours a year. It's Paul and Corin. You know, we could have presented the information differently. We could have just prorated it over the whole year, which actually is less than $12 an hour. Paula contributes to our calculations. Paula was at least 500 hours a year, and she volunteers throughout from late November right through to about April for free. There's no money paid to her. Anyway, we thought maybe there's another way to look at it. But the value of the coordination is immeasurable, and through that coordination, we are then able to meet all the criteria that we believe are outlined in the Category A grants policy. But nowhere did we see in those guidelines that contract fees are not permitted. Perhaps those are changes coming, I have no idea. But most importantly, we believe we provide a service, which is what we've always been led to believe is what Category A grants are all about. It's a community service providing a valuable service to the community where an organization may require assistance from the district. If this policy and criteria still stands, then we ask you to consider funding us for 2016 until we have other partnerships in place to ensure food distribution agencies always have healthy foods that are locally grown by volunteers, and it's of benefit to the community. So Kim from the food bank is going to just say a few words.
I'm not going to speak long, but the food bank is supported by the arts. The food bank is supported by the community gardens. The only counselor that's come to see us has been Rick. Thank you, Rick, because we don't get thank yous. So I might be the only idiot that thinks that I can solve hunger in this town, but it's because these idiots are here going, yeah, you can, we'll help you. So I felt really you weren't validating the food bank when you turned down all these other people, and you didn't validate us when I asked you to come and see and to meet, and you could have talked about all these great programs. I could tell you how everyone benefits. I could show you people with teeth that have jobs now in our community. I can show you people that have gotten jobs or kids that are going to school with healthy lunches. Like, that all means something. Thank you. I want to thank you. Okay, that's all I've got to say. Sorry, I'm punchy and tired.
Thanks, Kim. I did forget to mention,
Okay. I did ask if you could hold your
That's
applause.
right.
Thank you.
if I could just add one more thing, and I'm sorry I forgot to mention it, but sometimes the council in the past has mentioned to us that maybe it's just as easier to give the $6,000, $7,000 to the food bank and they can buy the food. But, you know, we've actually calculated now that for the amount of food and volume grown and gleaned and donated to Fuji, often that the food, because it is organically grown, averages $3 a pound. Some places it's much more than $3 a pound at certain farmer markets. But if we were to do that, the value of the food that we've grown now exceeds $12,000. So you know you're saving.
It's a good bang for your buck.
Yeah,
It really is.
it costs to give us the money. Saves you half for these guys. I hope that makes sense. Okay. Thank you very much. Can Paula say a few words? Have we exceeded the 5 minutes?
Yes?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, thank you for your presentation, Ms. Dunbar. Any other councillors wish to speak? No? Any questions? Okay. Okay, the next delegation is the EMCS Society Youth Engagement Category A Community Grant Affinity Login Coordinator. Affinity Login? Yeah. Sorry, Logan. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Infinity Logan. I'm the Youth Engagement Program Coordinator.
And I'm Ann Bell. I'm the Community School Coordinator.
And we are here to address the recommendation made by Council for our project. The EMCS Society is housed within the Edward Milne Community School, and the school district hires a community school coordinator. The Society hires all of their staff, including instructors, coordinators, and clerical, and such. The Youth Engagement Program is a special project within the EMCS Society and is a community-based program. The EMCS Society is separate from School District 62. The school district provides locations for our program to operate through the EMCS Society.
So I understand that there has been a few concerns voiced too from council. So I want to address those, and they're mainly fiscal in nature. I understand that there was a concern voiced over our business practices, and I can assure you that we run a very business-like operation, but we are not a business. We are a nonprofit society, and we do have charitable status. So that's something we would never chance doing anything to have that revoked. So I'm not sure why there was a concern over that, but just so you know, we're business-like, but we are not a business. So funds received through grants are used for the specific purposes for which they're intended. So when we write grants, we only use that money for what it's for the reasons that it's been asked for. We do not have profits to allocate to the youth engagement program. All our profits go towards our operating budget for the society and include some restricted funds for other programs. The Edward Milne Community School Society contracts the youth engagement program coordinator. We assist them in any way we can, which includes time management, grant writing, report writing, etc. We also have a literacy coordinator that we hire in the same way. Funds come from an outside source. We're the fiscal host for that. Because we are the fiscal host for these programs, we are able to help the coordinator leverage additional funds for theirs. And as Phoebe mentioned, fiscal years do end at various times through the year, so I wanted to point that out too. If somebody's looking at our financial statements, which are available on the website, our fiscal year end is June 30th. So you're looking at funds that were available at that time, which would no longer be available. The Youth Engagement Coordinator wages have been paid from the District of Sault grant since 2008. Funding began at that time at $15,000 a year. It dropped to $10,000 in around 2013, and last year was $7,000. And that's due to the work that the coordinator and the society staff have done in securing the additional funds for the program. As you can see, we have already endured more than half a cut in our funding request. So with an additional 50% proposed this year, it will be impossible to maintain a viable position for our coordinator.
The District of Sault grant has helped us leverage over $14,000 in additional funding for our program. This includes a grant from HRSDC for $4,050, which helped to hire 2 full-time youth employment assistants for 8 weeks and 2 youth engagement assistants for 4 weeks to organize programs and engage with local youth, as well as a grant from Volunteer Comox for $10,100 to hire 2 youth interns to work part-time over 10 months and full-time for 2 months to work to build a youth employment training program, create the Wildwise Sault website, plan and implement summer activities, and engage with local youth. The coordinator works with these youth throughout the year to develop and maintain community connections. Not only do we help youth engage with their peers, but we also work with groups such as the Community Center Advisory Committee, Wildwise Sault, Sault Chi Age Friendly Committee, the EMCS Society Board, the Rotary Club of Sault, the Sault Fire Department, the Sault Fine Arts Show, the Sault Chamber of Commerce, West Coast Adventure College, and the District of Sault staff. The Youth Engagement Program has implemented community initiatives that have impacted over 850 community members in the past year. Without the request of the full funding for the Youth Engagement Program, we will not be able to operate throughout the year. This will result in a loss of community connections, and the consequence is a loss in support. The coordinator's wages through the summer months alone exceed the recommended amount from Council. Without the funding for the coordinator's position, we will have no one to supervise the summer students who in turn connect with other local youth in our community. The McCreary Centre Society, a nonprofit committed to improving the BC youth health, has recently identified the top protective factor for youth by surveying every school in the CRD. The most important thing that keeps youth safest is building connections, connections to school, connections to family, connections to businesses and friends. The most important factors in keeping youth physically and mentally safe. Our program agrees that the taxpayers' money should be used for health and safety. This is why our youth work to create opportunities for community connections. Thank you. Any questions? Sorry.
Thank you for your thank you for your presentation. Yes, Councillor Parkinson.
Excuse me. I would just like it to be noted that it wasn't council who made these decisions. It is a committee that made these decisions. So the committee is bringing them forward to council for discussion. So it doesn't mean that everybody sitting here knows what's going on, just from what we've read. So just so that everyone knows that. Thank you.
Any other councillors? Thank you for your presentation today. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Carol Wilford. I'm actually the president of the Sooke Community Arts Council now. I know, it's changed. This is our secretary, Maureen Savoy, who has come to give me some moral support here. So I am the president, and I'm also the grant writer for the Sooke Community Arts Council. I'm here this evening to appeal to the District of Sooke to reject the recommendations brought forward by the Grant Review Committee to cut the funding received by the Sooke Community Arts Council. After communicating with Councillor Carrie Ray, Chair of the Grant Review Committee, I feel these recommendations were reached through a misinterpretation of the District of Sooke grant policy by this Grant Review Committee, and compounded by the lack of opportunity to clarify the situation by the Sooke Community Arts Council. We did not receive the letter for the meeting on November 18th. We had, as the grant writer, I had no knowledge of this coming down. To say I was blindsided would be an underestimation. So because of not being able to give you the answers to the questions that apparently came up, I feel that it has led to flawed recommendations that I hope will, once reviewed, will be rejected by Council. After conversations with Ms. Ray, the issues of non-compliance to specific clauses were raised. The one specific one was Clause Section 1, Part K. This clause has been in place with the same wording since at least 2008. I was able to go that far back to find that particular policy. In that clause, it says, in order to eliminate direct funding, a grant will not be issued to an organization that in turn issues grants to other organizations unless the applicant can demonstrate to the committee that grant monies, and this is the important part, received from the District of Sooke will not be used to fund, this is important too, grants to other organizations. That is what that policy clause says. I would like to clarify the Sooke Community Arts Council's position on this and show we have not in fact used funds received from the District of Sooke to fund grants to other organizations and are in compliance with this clause. The Sooke Community Arts Council has two masters when it comes to our main funding sources over and above the fundraising that we do, that being the District of Sooke and the BC Arts Council. The funding from the District of Sooke, you have to look at it, it's in pot number 1 over here. The monies that we have received from the District of Sooke have gone to fund the events that we hold in Sooke. Those events are done for the benefit of the District of Sooke, are based in Sooke, organized and put on by a group of dedicated, hard-working, unpaid volunteers. The events are the members' shows in the winter and spring, Children's Art Fair at Sea Park, Art in the Park at Ed McGregor Park, and Beach Art at Whiffen Spit. That's the money that's in this pot. That was the grant that we got. Well, it was a line item, but it's now Category A grant we're going for. Over in pot number 2, we have the money from the BC Arts Council. We receive monies from the BC Arts Council in two different forms. One form is the basic operating funds, very specific how we spend those funds. This amount is based on the population and the territory that we represent for them. Our territory goes from Port Renfrew to East Sooke. All of the population in that area falls under the jurisdiction of the BC Arts Council. We represent them as the representatives of the BC Arts Council. So, that does not mean that we do events. We do events in Sooke. We are based in Sooke. This is where we do our business, is in Sooke. As well, if we receive local government funding through the District of Sooke, we in turn receive a matching grant from the BC Arts Council to a maximum of $4,000, which is what we have been receiving. We have used these funds from the matching grant over the years to provide sponsorships, not grants, to the Sooke Fine Arts Society for the Sooke Fine Arts Show, to the Sooke Philharmonic Orchestra for their Fling in the Park, as well as giving financial assistance to other eligible organizations and individuals who meet our criteria By meeting our criteria, they meet the criteria of the BC Arts Council. These activities fall within the mandate we receive from the BC Arts Council in the use of these matching funds. The charges of non-compliance and subsequent recommendations to cancel our funding have apparently flowed in part from the Grant Review Policy Committee's new interpretation of this clause. They feel that the fact we use the funds from the district to leverage the funds from the BC Arts Council gives the district jurisdiction over the monies from the matching grant as well. And the use of that money must, according to the committee, follow the policies of the District of Sooke. But that money comes from the pocket of the BC Arts Council. It's in this pot of money over here, not from the District of Sooke. And we have followed the mandate of the BC Arts Council in its allocation. This is how it has always been done. Nothing has changed. There has been no rewrite of that particular policy clause. What has changed is this Grant Review Committee's interpretation during this particular review process. So, as well, the monies awarded to the Sooke Fine Arts Society and the Sooke Philharmonic Orchestra are sponsorships, not grants. If you look at their programs, it is listed, we are sponsors. We are not grantors. My position is that the monies from the matching grant go to sponsorships, not grants, and come from the BC Arts Council, not the District of Sooke. If, in fact, this is the argument being used to recommend the cuts to our funding from the District of Sooke, it is a faulty conclusion and should not stand. The other clause Councillor Ray has alluded to is Category A Annual Grant Part 1. It reads, Category A grants are made annually to non-profit community groups on the basis that it provides an ongoing valuable program to the community and is unable to raise all its required funding within the District of Sooke's assistance. These grants are not intended to provide ongoing support for an indefinite period of time. I will like to break that one down. Number one, we are a nonprofit group. Number two, we provide an ongoing valuable program to the community in the events that we organize and hold throughout the year. They provide a cultural, social, and economic benefit to this community. Number three, we are unable to raise all our required funding within the District of Sooke without the District of Sooke's assistance. We do have other income streams in the way of hanging fees for shows that our members participate in, through the membership fees and through entrance fees that are charged to participating individuals in our events. But this is not enough to fund all the events we hold. It is in the nature of arts councils to require support from their local governments to provide art-related services to the community at large in their stead. We, through the district, through your help, through your support, through your funding, support the official community plan in our activities. The arts and culture is huge in this official community plan. We are the stewards of that. Number four is not for ongoing support. According to Councillor Ray, up until March 2015, the Sooke Community Arts Council was considered a line item. This was withdrawn. There has been no communication that I am aware of to date as to why our status was discontinued. Funding for 2016 is the first year in some time that we are eligible only for the Category A grant. So the Category A grant funding has not been an ongoing source of funding to the Sooke Community Arts Council for some time. As well, we are I'm the grant writer. As a grant writer, I am constantly looking for sources of funding. We have grants that go into the Gaming Commission. We have grants that are being looked at for the Victoria Foundation. We are constantly getting new information coming through and deadlines for the BC Arts Council. It's all on the radar. We are not just limited to that. But I only took this position over in February. So I am now, and a lot of deadlines have come and gone. So I am now focused in on that and can guarantee there will be other grants coming forward as well. But we need the support of the district in order to carry on as an arts council. If we lose the support from our local government, we will lose, if we lose the $4,000 we also lose the max matching grant of $4,000. That is a $4,000 investment in the Sioux Community Arts Council by the district, and that translates into $8,000. Where else can you get that kind of return on your money? And that's just the actual money. That's not how, when it translates into what goes into the community and what that creates in the way of visitors and tourists and jobs. And every small shop in this town benefits when there are these events that go on. And it's a huge loss because up to 90% of all of these monies go back into the economy of Souk. If cut, our local events will suffer. We will not have the necessary funding to move forward with them. The loss of local government funding ultimately will lead to the loss of the Souk Community Arts Council in Souk. If we lose the local government funding, within 2 years, we will lose the backing of the BC Arts Council. We will be done. And after all the years that this organization has put into Souk and what they've done for Souk, it's a bit of a slap in the face to even think that could possibly happen. If cut, our funding is cut, it will in turn impact the Souk Fine Arts Society, as we have been giving sponsorships to the tune of $1,500 a year to the Souk Fine Arts Society for the Souk Fine Arts Show. Whatever they've used that money for will then not be in existence over and above the cuts that you've already proposed. That is going to mean a diminishing of the Souk Fine Arts Show. The monies that we have given as sponsorships to the Souk Philharmonic have been to help with the Fling in the Park. It's a free event for the public. That, again, has been huge for them. They rely on that money. It will be gone. The appetite for art is already off the table. The funding cuts have created the situation where you cannot go forward with that, either through the Souk Community Arts Council or the Souk Fine Arts Society. That means the funding for the Souk Food Bank is gone. The $1,100 was raised through that Appetite for Art last year for the Souk Food Bank. That's gone. The cuts will have a very unfortunate domino effect. On another note, the tourism students, we were here December 7th, and we had the tourism students from Royal Roads. They did a branding assignment for Souk. They presented their findings to council on December 7th while we were here, unbeknownst to us that this is what they were doing. It was an amazing presentation. Their main focus throughout that whole presentation was as arts as one of the main driving forces of the economy going forward for the community of Souk. They kept over and over again how important it was. There should be more festivals. There should be more of this. It was actually quite amazing to be here and experience that. The cutting of the funding to the Souk Community Arts Council and to the other arts organizations impacted by these cuts flies in the face of their findings. This group could clearly see the benefit of art and art-related events to Souk. I'm hoping the councillors of the District of Souk can see this as well and will reinstate our funding. I am also hoping that going forward, situations like this can be circumvented through a closer working relationship and, please, better communications between the district and the Souk Community Arts Council. We're all in this together. We are all residents. We all love Souk. And we all want the best for our community. So let's work together going forward to make it so. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Lights are off. Is there any questions or comments from council? Councillor Loggins? Oh,
No, it's just, mine's a clarification.
okay. So are you having a discussion on a question for Mr. Delabois? Okay.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, just for clarification, it was not me that advised Ms. Wilford that it was a line item.
Category A. I believe you mentioned that it was Councillor Parkinson had that conversation with you, but it wasn't me. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Just want to caution everybody here is that we have a potential conflict. So if we're going to have any discussion on your presentation, then we have to ask one councillor to leave, or he's going to declare that he has a conflict. So, okay.
No, I just want to, no, this is just a clarification.
Clarification?
You had mentioned that I had talked about it being a line item and that it had come out.
Yes,
I believe that was
conversation when we had coffee, yes.
Yeah, I believe you referred that Councillor Parkinson had told you that because it wasn't me.
No, actually, I asked you about the line item, and you said, no, that had been discontinued in March.
No, those aren't my words, sorry. I believe you mentioned it was Councillor Parkinson.
Sure.
That's as far as that discussion can go before we actually ask Councillor Caspi to leave. Yes, well. Okay, so when we get to the grant review committee, we'll talk about that, okay? Any other comments or concerns from councillors? Oh, is it a question?
Yeah, I'm still just confused about this line item thing because I was not part of whoever was in the discussions. So I just wanted to, if I can through you, ask Mr. Dillabaugh if he can clarify whether it was a line item, if you recall, and if or when that was taken out.
Through you, Your Worship, the line items were in existence, what was called a line item or referred to within the community and the organization as line items, were in place until 2013. And in early 2013, we changed the policy and updated the policy. And at that time, all of the line items were changed and turned into what is now considered or called Category A grants. Correct. And that was for every single one of them. So there are no line items to any of the nonprofit organizations anymore. And the main focus of that change was to provide some reporting requirements and accountability for the organizations. And so that's what has gone forward since that time. The process has changed, but that was the change, and it was across the board to every single one of the organizations.
Okay.
So can I ask?
Just to clarify on that, thank you, that makes sense to me. So at that point, were there ones still working their way through a contract? Because I thought we still had some with like, I can't remember off the top of my head, like the age-friendly group.
Through you, Your Worship, the contracted services, so we have fee-for-service with 5 organizations. That is different than the Category A grants and the Category B grants, but that is an entirely separate thing. At one time, they were all part of the grant review committee, and then that was taken, it was in it the first year and then was taken out because it really didn't belong in there because it really is truly a fee-for-service. And so now what we have is just the Category A and the Category B grants within the grant review committee and terms of reference.
Councillor.
So when the line items were actually taken away, which was in 2013, were these organizations informed that they were no longer going to be a line item?
If I may, Your Worship, yes, and every single one of them had to present to the committee and then to council, so that they were all put through the same process at that time to get their grant and continue their grant.
Correct.
I just would like to say I took over that in February, and in inquiring in the group, you have people coming and going with, it's like in any volunteer group. So the answer I had received was that as of March, it no longer was. So I was basing it on that. And if I misunderstood our comment, I apologize. But that was my understanding.
Okay, thank you.
In 2013, we did have a line item, but we were told that it was no longer a line item and that we had to apply. I was a member at that time, and we had to apply for Category A, I think it was. So that's how it worked.
Thank you, Mr. Roche. Next, we have item D5, Souk Fine Arts Society Category A Community Grant. Catherine Keegan is the Executive Director.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Catherine Keogan. I am the Executive Director of the Souk Fine Arts Society. And here is Danny Huzar. She's the Treasurer on our Board of Directors. Thank you so much for having us here tonight and giving us an opportunity to speak. I'm sure you've received a great deal of feedback in recent weeks, and I hope that I won't be repeating any of what you've already heard, but that you will certainly take into consideration what we say here tonight. The presentation last week was referred to by the Royal Roads University students when they presented on a tourism framework for Souk, and it struck me that whenever somebody talks about Souk and what a great place it is and how it's branded, one of the first things that ever comes up is the Souk Fine Arts Show. It's taken for granted that this is one of the town's great cultural assets. I would say please don't take it for granted. Sorry. It's okay. I'm sure we don't need it. Sorry, Tina, it's in PDF format. That might be why. Thank you. The show is not an inevitable event. It's not easily achieved, and it's definitely not guaranteed from one year to the next. It's a lot of hard work carried out by 300 ordinary community members. Some of them are artists, some of them are art lovers, but mostly they are just people that love Souk and what the show does for the community they love. Every year they pull off a minor miracle, and 8,000 people come to Sea Park to witness it. It's okay. We'll do without it. I've got enough words here. Every year we make just about enough to do it again the next year. Sometimes a little more, sometimes not quite enough. We want nothing more than to get to a place where we have guaranteed income for the show. And yet sometimes it seems that should we manage to scrape aside just a little, at this point, all of it earmarked for the replacement of infrastructure that's now 10 years old, we risk having our support withdrawn or diminished. You can see here that our bottom line from year to year can vary. There's a lot that's unpredictable in our revenues. We have extremely diversified revenue streams, but we do try to max them out wherever we can and keep our expenses in line. The show owes its existence to community support not only from its volunteers, but support from its donors, from partnering businesses and organizations. It also depends on the support of this municipality. The district's role plays a small yet very important part in our overall picture. Grants account for 16% on average of our cash revenues. In that, the $7,000 from the district leverages up to $30,000 from the federal government. That is required in order for us to receive that federal support, and it is no coincidence that this is a requirement, nor is it a coincidence that the BC Arts Council expects municipal support for its community arts councils. These things are in lockstep. In exchange for this support, nearly 7,000 visitors from outside our community pour into Souk from across the region, province, country, and globe. More than 1,000 Souk residents directly take part in the show, either as volunteers or as guests. And all 11,000 of Souk's residents benefit from the show's economic impact. and from the pride that comes of knowing the Sooke Fine Arts name is recognized and respected across British Columbia and beyond. We often will sort of say economic impact $500,000. The total economic impact with indirect and induced effect is closer to $600,000 these days. But we did try to break out exactly what we spend in Sooke within the borders, not Otter Point, not Shirley, not East Sooke. And it comes to $112,000. That does include my own wages. I live here and I shop here. Our total direct economic impact as a show is $333,000. So, a quick overview of what we do at the show, and I hope everybody here has a pretty good idea of that already. Every day we have artists giving live talks and hands-on demonstrations, and guests are learning about the very human experience of making art. Every day there is live music on the stage, 24 professional performances in all, and all of it included with the price of admission. And this is where the district's funding is spent. These are what make the show more than a series of static pictures on the wall. This is where the do not touch and quiet please signs come down. With the district's support, we give people a lot of reasons to visit an art show, sometimes for the very first time. We give local artists the chance to meet people, talk about what they do and why they love it. We give local musicians the chance to play to hundreds of people each day and add substantially to the live music that's played in Sooke, period. And there is, of course, the District of Sooke Award. Chad Johnston last year, our Triple Crown winner, took home a Award of Excellence and a Juror's Choice in addition to this prize. But there's so much more that happens at the show. Over the course of 11 days, 300 children enter the show for free, vote for their favorite pieces, and play I Spy with the Arts. 100 kids get their hands and mind busy at Arts for Kids. More than 60 youth artists display their work to our audience of thousands, some of whom have written to you about their experiences. More than 400 seniors sit down to a cup of tea in a truly unique setting. And in all of these numbers is buried the real value. Kids that engage with art have an easier time learning any subject in school. Young people that are encouraged to create art and receive the validation of having their work viewed, appreciated, even purchased, have higher self-esteem, lower rates of delinquency, and a better future to forge. Seniors that are all too often isolated, lonely, and understimulated enjoy better quality of life, improved perception of well-being, and, according to some research, longer lives. Community members that volunteer to better the community become themselves a better, fuller part of the community. And a community that supports all of these outcomes becomes a better place to live and a better place to visit. It also enjoys a 2,000% return on investment. This is in response to another cartoon that was published portraying the state of the arts in town, and we like to think this one paints a bit of a clearer picture. We would like nothing more than to be presenting today a proposal to the District of Sooke to join forces and share our resources with other organizations and businesses in town to develop and broadcast the brand of Sooke, to tell the world about all the amazing things that happen here and make this town so special. As Nikki Logan said so eloquently last week, if what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, maybe it's time that what happens in Sooke gets out to the rest of the world. But we can't do this when we're continually on the defensive. We welcome inquiry on the district's part and wish nothing more than to offer any and all assistance in clarifying our activities, and in particular, the use of district grant funding over and above current reporting requirements. But please don't confuse the modicum of security you can offer with any kind of smug expectations on our part. Don't assume municipal support makes nonprofits lazy. And don't assume that fostering a sense of competition between them will somehow make us more effective. Cooperation is a far better force for growth than divisiveness. So let's celebrate the show's 30th anniversary together. by celebrating all the ways we can work together and get the message out about Souk. It's not a secret anymore.
Catherine has spoken a little bit about some of the financial aspects of the show, but I would like to address two financial issues which have been raised with regards to the operations of the Souk Fine Arts Society. There appears to be some concern that in our most recent year end we realized a profit and also have accumulated cash reserves in our bank account. We realized a profit of $11,323, as you see on the board there, in our most recently completed year end of April 30th, 2015, which was also preceded by 2 years of losses. From 2011 to 2015, our year-end cash balances, and again, this is a year-end number, a point in time, not throughout the course of the year. Our balances range from a low of $85,000 to a high of $99,000. Of these amounts, $25,000 has been set aside by the board for capital asset purchases. Our infrastructure is aging, and our display pods, which were built in 2006, 2007, require major repairs and or replacement within the next few years. Our fireproof black fabric, which covers all of our outer gallery walls, is at the end of its useful life and will have to be replaced this year, to name just a few of our capital requirements. This leaves roughly $65,000 of unrestricted cash available as of April 30th, 2015, to cover operational expenses. Our budgeted cash expenses, not including gift in kinds, for the 2015-16 year are $217,700. We're not a small operation. So our cash reserves currently on hand would cover about 3.5 months of expenses. It's widely suggested that a cash reserve equal to 3 months of expenses is an absolute minimum, and most nonprofit organizations should strive to maintain cash reserves of between 6 and 12 months of operating expenses. Failure to do so puts an organization at risk should revenue streams change significantly or unforeseen costs occur. It's a necessity in order for us to survive. The existence of cash reserves does not suggest that funding is no longer needed, but rather that we are being fiscally responsible and doing our best to ensure the Souk Fine Arts Show continues to survive and thrive. The second area I'd like to address is the concern that's been voiced with respect to the fact that we employed salary staff. We currently employ a full-time salaried executive director, Catherine, and we've also employed a part-time administrative assistant who has recently left to pursue another opportunity. An annual event as large and complex as the Souk Fine Arts Show involves hundreds of volunteers, thousands of details and decisions, tens of thousands of volunteer hours. We've learned the hard way that the job of overseeing and coordinating this work is too much to ask of a volunteer. Our volunteer show coordinator was working the equivalent of a full-time job and was not prepared to continue to do so. After much deliberation, the board concluded in 2012 that hiring a full-time director was essential to the long-term viability of the show. The position has more than paid for itself, not only in the provision of stable, centralized management of the event itself, but also in the securing of additional revenues such as corporate sponsorships and in the building of relationships and community partnerships. With a professional administrator, we've been able to expand our programming and reach out into the broader community. Should we be unable to continue to fund our staff positions, I have no doubt that this would signal the end of the Souk Fine Arts Show. Our present volunteers give very generously of their time, but it is a challenge each year to fill the complement of volunteers needed to put on the show. We pride ourselves on the fact that we are able to contribute to the employment picture in Souk. Our executive director lives locally, shops locally, and is a very strong ambassador for the community of Souk. In replacing our departing employee, we will also be hiring locally, so again, providing another opportunity to keep funds in the community. We believe that having staff is not only essential to the Souk Fine Arts Show annual production, but that it is a sign that the organization values sustainability and looks to the future. This has been a sound and sensible use of our limited resources. I would implore our mayor and council to set aside the recommendations of the Grant Review Committee and continue to fund the Sauk Fine Arts Society for the full $7,000 as requested. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation. Councillors, any questions, comments? Nothing? Thank you tonight.
Kevin? Excuse me. Are we going to go to the recommendations next after these presentations?
I believe that's how we altered the agenda.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. What's that? Right, I just want to know if we're going to have public comment question. That was, where do we put that? Instead of the bylaws? Right. Okay, is that what we agreed to? Ms. Sprinkling, what did we agree to in our original motion?
I wasn't in the room at the time, but I understand you made a motion to move the item RA1.
Yes.
But I don't know if we're clear where you wanted to move it.
Well,
do you want to move it to right now?
my recollection is that it was going to take the place of the bylaws.
I think we, okay.
So does that make sense, or does
Or
it?
before the public hearing, I thought you wanted it.
Yes.
Okay, that.
Because the public hearing is going to be related to the,
Your
Okay.
worship, my recommendation is that you do the public question and comment period and then go to the RA1.
okay. Okay, public question and comment period, which is the normal one that we have at our open public meeting. And it's limited to 10 minutes with speakers recommended to talk 2 minutes per person. So I will invite members of the public to come up for their allotted 2-minute slot. Thank you. And could you state your name and address once you get to the microphone, please?
Yes, my name is Geraldine McGuire, and I'm the president of the Sauk Fine Arts. And my address is 2331 Carpenter Road. And did you need my phone number too? Hey, what can I say? No, I really do appreciate the opportunity to speak briefly. And as being one of the participants in the last 3 meetings regarding this issue, I was at the original meeting where the committee brought forward its recommendations. And at that meeting, again, being a new president, because that seems to be what happens in the arts. When things happen, we get new people. But anyway, what was said was that the concern of the committee was the welfare and security of its constituents. And I appreciate that. And I understand that, and I acknowledge that that has to be first and foremost in your deliberations. It was also raised to us that the fact that the sports groups hadn't come forward and don't come forward for funding. And I accepted that because, again, I'm fairly new and I don't have the 30 years background to go with the show. And so it was somewhat surprising at the subsequent meeting, was it last week? I feel like I've been here for a week or so. But what they said is one of the speakers got up in support of maintaining the grants for the various art groups. And he spoke as the director of Sea Park. And he brought forward the fact that over $1 million is subsidizing the sports groups in this community. And again, no one here, I'm sure, questions that. Because it's like, I'm not sure who said it, I believe it was Catherine, that we're not competing against one another, but we're supporting one another. And I looked at the points that were raised again and again about why we couldn't get the full support. And quite frankly, there can't be one unbiased councillor sitting up there who hasn't read the figures we'll put forward, who hasn't listened to the letters that have been sent from the community, from students to Brian Butler to you name it, about the impact that the Sauk Fine Arts and the arts in general have in this community. And I was also here when they made the presentation from Royal Roads. And I commend the committee because it was such a good presentation. But the presentation came from you, the councillors, because they met with you. You talked about the importance of arts in the community. So I don't know if we've got split personalities. It's in your plan. I mean, you say you support it, and yet then we're told at the original meeting that we shouldn't be surprised the fact that it was being cut back. Well, I wasn't surprised. I was shocked. I was shocked as we're going into our 30th year that we should have to ask for $3,500 so that we can celebrate as a community what we accomplished together. And that includes council, it includes our volunteers, it includes the community, because it's all an active part of it. And one can't work without the other. Excuse me. I also want to say a great deal, but I know we're on to 2 minutes, and I did speak at the last meeting. But how can we justify cutting the programs that Brand Sook? Those students on the tourism came forward, and I'm sorry a number of the committee weren't there, because they made it abundantly clear that that is a vital part of our community. A vital part. And so to deny that, then I think we have to look at all the input into your own plans. I mean, good Lord, even when the mayor sent out a wee note to tell us how to work our way around the roundabout, on the back of it was talking about the supporting the arts. From the roundabout to supporting the arts in the same leaflet. Well, I'm telling you, we can all figure out how to go around the roundabout, but what we can't figure out is why the funding cuts are being brought forward. I said at the last meeting, and it's very rarely that I'm wrong, but I said, we get $7,000 and we generate $500,000 into the economy. That's security. That's well-being for the community. And apparently I was wrong. Catherine, I'll admit it. It's $600,000. So how can anyone here justify, unless there's some other agenda that I don't know, how can they justify bringing those cuts forward? It was my first year working with the, what's your group, Marion? No. That you're selling the artwork, purchasing. I got out of the parking lot this year. I've come a long way. But at that time, I was sitting there one day, because that's what Marion makes me do, but a wee boy came up. He was part of the children's presentation out in the hallway. And he happened to come at the same time somebody was buying his piece of art. Now, this wee lad was about 13. And I said to him, would you like to put the red sticker on your piece of art? And if you could take the pride, the pleasure, and the hope for the future that he'll be in the main gallery next year, that's what the art shows are all about in Sook. It's not dollars and cents. It's people coming into the community only for a couple of months, but they make sure they volunteer for the Sook Fine Arts. It's the seniors who come for their tea. The tea, and you see a couple that haven't danced in 25 years up dancing to the singer. That's what Sook's about. And maybe other communities don't do it. Quite frankly, I don't give a damn. But we're a caring community. We have a heart. And if we lose that, sure, it'll be a big loss. It'll be a big loss. So let's not lose our heart. Let's not lose our vision. And let's not lose our fiduciary responsibility.
Thank you. I know, and I recognize passion is in the room. I'll ask again if we could just hold the applause till the end of the meeting. Council chambers, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. 2 minutes. And your name?
Nikki Logans, 8520 West Coast Road. I'm a resident of Otter Point, but I'm here to speak to the presentation by the Fuchi Society about the support that they offer to the community for fresh vegetables at harvest time. I work at the Souk Family Resource Society, which is located in the Child and Family Building in Souk here. This is a tough act to follow.
Go ahead.
I didn't prepare anything in writing.
Nor did I.
Back to food. Security is an important thing to consider. Food security is a vitally important issue to consider for our community. The food bank in our community does an amazing job with the volunteers, the funding, the support they receive, but they don't have the capacity to meet the need of families who are hungry in our community. Those extra supports that we receive from Fuchi, food that comes to the food bank and comes to the family center, are really, really important to support families who need to feed their children and individuals who need to feed themselves. And we're talking about very good quality food. What better bang for your buck can you get when you've got food at the prices we have today and volunteers supporting the provision of good food in our community? I want to, yes, commend the food bank for the work that they're doing, but they don't have the capacity to meet the need. They are able to supply a family with 1 hamper a month. The rest of the time, those families are coming to the family center, to the free food services and the free lunches and breakfasts in the community. And if they're connected with a program at Souk Family Resource Society, they may have the opportunity to get a food voucher. I ask that you support the request from Fuchi and vote down the recommendation made by the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me know.
Paula McCormick, 5720 Wisterwood Way West. Good evening. Thanks to municipal support and the Trust of Souk Region Fuchi Board, I've had the opportunity and privilege to be the Grow Row Program Coordinator at Sun River Community Garden for the past 3 years. Have you heard and read about the volume of fresh produce we've grown and donated to local helping organizations such as Souk Food Bank and the Family Resource Center? Of course you have. This evening, I'd like to provide you with another perspective of the Grow Row program. The volunteers. These men, women, children, and students come with a variety of skills in food production, from very little to lots. Their reasons to participate range from socializing and learning to grow food, to increasing their knowledge, land stewardship, giving to their community, and curriculum outcomes. Their commitment of time, energy, knowledge, and self is generous. The pride they take in helping to plan, grow, maintain, harvest, and donate the fresh produce is remarkable. While volunteering at Sun River Community Gardens, they develop friendships, gain the knowledge and understanding to grow year-round harvest of fresh produce using sustainable garden practices. They develop confidence in their own abilities, network, and support each other. But it doesn't end there. Their efforts also provide an opportunity for other helping organizations, such as the Souk Food Bank and Souk Family Resource Center, to make a difference to their clients, and for their staff and volunteers to take pride in offering the produce. The benefits are immeasurable. The Grow Row program has made a great contribution to the lives of those contributing and receiving harvest. We would appreciate an opportunity to create a self-sustainable program in 2016 with your help, so that these benefits can continue to the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Getting dangerously close to the end of our 10 minutes.
Would you like to speak? No. No? Okay.
So
Hi.
this,
Yes, I'll be
so
quick.
this will be the
I'll
last
do my
one?
2 minutes here.
Yes, thank you.
Well, actually, there's a couple more people. I think if you can, you exceeded your delegation time limits of 5 minutes considerably, so maybe the public comments. Okay, so first of all, I wasn't going to speak on the subject of community grants other than say thank you, Councillor Ray. Transition Soup did get some money, and we're very pleased about that. Also, tonight you've had the opportunity to hear what these remarkable organizations in town are up to. The Fine Arts, EMCS Society, to which I can speak to personally as one of the board members. It's a remarkable organization, crackerjack, and the district, generally speaking, needs to step in and support in a small percentage these kind of organizations because they're critical. EMCS Society, youth, what is the district showing to the youth of this town that it cares? And I think money's going towards someone like Infinity. Wonderful. Anyway, I'm going to exceed my 2 minutes because I had these other points. I'm curious as to why Council didn't move ahead with the request from the Friends of Carmanah-Walbrand for a simple letter in support of its efforts to protect the last remaining stands of old-growth forest on Vancouver Island. This came before Council last council meeting. Tofino and Victoria councils have done it. The Port Renfrew business community stood up today and made a lot of noise about it. I just wonder why we in Souk couldn't have done something as simple as that. I'll move on to the climate change. Okay, I'll skip that one. I finally would like to welcome our new CAO, Teresa Sullivan. Welcome. And best wishes in the position. My one concern regards the hiring process. Councillor Ray leads the hiring committee. She is past president of the Conservative Party of Canada's Riding Association in Esquimalt-Saanich Souk. Now, Ms. Sullivan most recently was campaign manager for Conservative candidate Sherry Lukens. Now, I only bring this up because, I'll acknowledge I was an ABC voter, and, it strikes me as a potential conflict of interest, and I appreciate some clarification and perhaps simple transparency about how the process of hiring our town's top civil servant took place. So thank you.
Thank you. Oh, hold your applause to the end of the meeting. I'm going to allow one more speaker for the end of the 10 minutes because in respect for the agenda that's already there tonight, I do recognize that some things have extended longer. So in order to respect the people that are at the very end of the hearing tonight, so come on. I'll allow one.
Bob has conceded to me, so I'll speak for him.
Okay.
He was going to speak to the Souk Fine Arts. So
okay.
It's a viable and really good opportunity. I just wanted to punctuate some of the things that Carol Wilford was speaking to. I'm a past president of the Souk Community Arts Council. My name is Sandra Scaife, and I live at 7066 Richview Road. So I was president a couple years ago, and I just wanted to speak to the events. She gave a great overview. She's just taken over. It's a pretty big job. We've always run on a shoestring with sometimes lots of volunteers, sometimes 2 or 3 for years to sustain this organization. So the events have grown. They've changed. The one at Sea Park with the children, the Family Arts Fair, is a very well attended. We piggyback, we partnership with Sea Park, and it's the big garage sale day. And we do all the arts with the children, plus there's dancing and theater, puppetry, everything, and it's completely free. I also wanted to punctuate that all of the events are free to the public. Children are focused in all of the events. Art in the Park has been going for many years now, focuses on children's dance, theater, music groups, art demonstrations, people selling their arts, trying to promote people to be able to make even a little bit of a living doing art in Souk, which also brings economic development to Souk. The other projects that we have done over the years, the newest project is beach art, which is very unique to Souk. It's always run on a shoestring, a few volunteers, but really enthusiastic volunteers. It's a great idea, unique to Souk. Children come out every year. It's not a competition in so much as everybody gets a prize. We do offer, first, second, and third because there's some fabulous ones. I think this is, and I think if there was more support for this event and for all of our events, Sioux could grow in a really unique way. I see beach art as being something akin to like the Parksville Sandcastle event. So hopefully these events, free events, never any charge, really, really viable, and I just wanted to make sure you knew that. Thank you.
Thank you. And that will conclude our public question and comment period. Because we've exceeded it by almost double what we set up to do. And I'm saying that in respect for the people who are at the tail end of our agenda tonight, because we do have some public hearings and we have some zoning bylaws, et cetera. So
I would have made the motion to allow the last speaker to be shunned.
He wasn't the last speaker.
Well, there was I've sort of kind of warned about 3 people in a row. Sorry, Mr. Daiwala, kind of. Thank you. Okay, so now, with council, the motion that we made earlier, I will say that we're going to move into the grant review piece of this agenda. So I think we move to item RA1, if I can remember correctly. Recommendations from the Community Grant Review. It's on page 165. And
Yes. Yeah. There we go.
so on the first one that we're, and I'm going to turn this over to Councillor Ray. Is that
Thank you.
that our process is? So as we go through this, I'm going to ask any council member that would find themselves in a conflict to declare the conflict and remove themselves from voting on any of these, okay? So, Councillor Logan, I understand you're declaring conflict? Oh, so.
Yeah, I'd like to do an
Okay, that's fine.
introduction, if that's okay.
Yep.
Yeah, Your Worship. Okay, so thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank everybody, the delegations, for coming here this evening and making your comment, and to all of those who've spoken as well. I think it's important to have public input at any time that these sorts of decisions are being made. So there's a few things I'd just like to sort of try and put this in context because at the Community Grant Committee review, there were very few people in attendance. So please bear with me. I like to write things down to make sure I say things accurately. The community grants are in place in the District of Sault to provide opportunities to improve the well-being of the community as a whole. There is no legal requirement for a municipality to fund grants, and the District of Sault does support the funding of grants, and this policy has been in place since 2001. There's been a number of amendments over the years, and we've spoken to a few of those that occurred in 2013 and 2014. At the same time, Council is the steward of the taxpayers' money, and good governance by any government requires continued review of spending. In the 2015 budget discussion, it was a unanimous decision of this Council to have the Category A grants reviewed against the policy and task the Community Grant Review Committee to do so. It's important to recognize that this is the first time in 14 years that any attention has been paid to this category of grants. The grant policy introduces and outlines the purpose of the grant funding, and Ms. Wolford has spoken to this. It is about projects in the community that improves the well-being of the district. It is for the majority of the members who reside within the municipality, and it is made annually to a nonprofit community group that provides that valuable program. But it is also, the grants are not intended to provide ongoing support for an indefinite period of time. And there were a couple of other criteria, basically about that funding goes to those organizations who predominantly spend the money here in the district, and of course the issue of indirect funding and granting to organizations. So with the exception of a few recent additions to the Category A grants, the organizations requesting grants have been receiving grant funding either for a continuous project or different projects since 2008 or earlier. They have been receiving the funding for a minimum of 7 years. Councils of Sooke since 2001 have recognized the need for grant funding, and it is an opportunity to help those organizations that provide a valuable service to our community. And I think this has clearly been demonstrated with the funding over the years. Over the life of the grant committee, almost $1 million, if not more, dollars have been spent on community grants. The art and culture funding since 2006 has been at least $563,000. So in terms of process, letters were mailed to each funded organization under the Category A grants on November the 3rd. To date, no letters have been returned to the district as undelivered. Now, the letters did speak that you were not required as an organization to present, but the letter didn't say that you couldn't speak. As long as I've been on the Community Grant Committee, it has been open in all of its meetings to dialogue with those seeking funding, as it was on the evening of November the 18th. In October, before the grant committee, there were new requests for Category A grants in the amount of over $20,000. The budget for Category A grants is just over $72,000, and it's all spoken for. And so when you saw $20,000 in requests for new opportunities, there was no capacity. Out of those $20,000, the grant committee supported an additional to come to the annual the A grants, an addition of $3,439 to go to the Sooke Food Bank so that it would be considered in this round. Sooke Transition Society, $2,925. It was a greater amount, but that was what we were recommending. And then also looking at the EMCS Student Art Bus Shelter Project at $1,925. So in essence, we had 6, 7, 8. There's almost $10,000 there of new requests to be considered amongst all of the A grants that currently were funded. So each organization was reviewed consistently against the criteria that was identified above. So in terms of the length of the time, because we talk about an indefinite period of time, as projects grow and become successful, is there an expectation that at some point that the organization should be more self-sustainable financially rather than to continue to rely on public funding? Because if we don't have some mechanism, then how do you provide opportunity for new groups, new organizations who are also looking for funding that will also provide a valuable service and contribute to the wellness of the community as a whole? So tonight, Council, we have the recommendations before you. A little different than what we've done in the past. I ask that all councillors receive the same binders with all the information, so they are well versed in the information that we received at the community grants, and that it's important that we apply fairly and consistently across all the funding requests. If Council decides to continue with all the current Category A grant recipients, you will have to say no to the new requests. There's no capacity at this time to increase funding. That is something that could be done at a later date as we contemplate the 2016 budget. So what I'd like to do is I would like to, if it's okay with your worship, to introduce each of the grants, make a couple of comments so that everybody can hear what some of the information was that we considered when making the grant, and then I will move the motion, and if there's a seconder, then we can have discussion. So the first one is the EMCS Youth Engagement Project.
So could I interrupt
Yep.
for a sec? At the council table, if there's any councillors that find or feel that they may be in potential conflict, I would ask that they declare it before the discussion on that particular grant is there, and then we'll retrieve you before we start talking about the next grant. So I understand. And is there anything
No,
sort of
I just
generic
was
that you're going to go?
introducing, and then we can
Perfect.
go from that.
So
after each
I understand,
one.
Councillor Lott. Could you tell me your comment?
I'll declare a conflict with the first one, the EMCS Youth Engagement Project, as I hire Infinity as the coordinator for that position.
Okay, thank you. And I believe that's the appropriate thing to do, so thank you. A noisy fireman,
Okay.
tell him to be quiet.
So on this project, the request was originally for $7,000. To date, the EMCS, and it used to be the Youth Council project, but to date, the organization has received $57,146. Committee discussion include the clarification of expenses and revenue, the discussion of the 12% administration fee. That has been discussed year after year in terms of any of the grant requests when we see an administration fee. Discussion around the role of the Ministry of Education and the school district, and the role of the EMCS. There was a comment that I recall about that there has been a shift in terms of the mandate of the program, in terms of what it was originally funded at. And the recommendation that is before Council tonight is to recommend that Council award the EMCS Youth Engagement Project a Category A grant in the amount of $3,500 contingent upon Council's approval of the 26-2020 5-year financial plan. And that's the motion.
Moved by Councillor Ray and seconded by Councillor Casper. So is there any further discussion by Council?
Yes, please.
Councillor Parkinson?
I would just like it clarified when it states after all of these that it is contingent upon Council's approval of the 2016-20 5-year financial plan, in that we have the money. Why is it contingent upon the approval of the plan?
Because each year you have to, the Council has to approve it in a formal process.
Right. And I think Mr. Dillabaugh clarified that earlier, that they were taken from line items to.
Pardon me?
I think Mr. Dillabaugh clarified that they were taken from line items to.
I'm not referring to that. I just want to know why it's always contingent upon when you say that we have $76,000 to give out. So I would assume that the money is there. So I don't understand why it has to be contingent on the approval of the financial plan.
Mr. Dillabaugh?
Through you, Your Worship, this is for 2016 funding that we're discussing this evening. 2015 funding has already been done and dealt with and paid out. So 2016 funding, we have a 5-year financial plan. So the $72,000 that is referred to is what is in 2016 in that 5-year financial plan. But it is subject to approval and discussion through the process for the 2016 through 2020 5-year financial plan. So that's what the reference is there. So during that process, it is set up and in the 5-year financial plan in 2016, but that is not actually, that could change as we go through the deliberations in 2016. So that's the reason why it's subject to final approval of the 2016 budget in that process.
So that when we go through all of these tonight and we say that some of them will be approved, it means that they're not really approved tonight. Right?
Through you, Your Worship, what it really means is it gives me and us a number to put into the budget, and that's the reason why it's contingent. So we take the total from this evening, put that into the budget, and it then goes into and through the budget process.
So when we say to them tonight, yes, you're getting this money, then they can go out and spend it, knowing full well that they're going to be getting it, receiving it, or no?
Through your worship, it is subject to the final approval of the 2016 to 2025
So nothing
financial
is-
plan.
so
And
nothing
that
is
and that has always been the process.
Okay,
We have never paid out any funding until the 5-year financial plan each year is approved.
Which will happen June?
It is approved, it has to be approved before May 15th.
Thank you. No.
Any other discussion on this
Yes.
grant? Yes, okay. Councillor Parkinson, go ahead.
I would like to see council support youth engagement, and I think that we should be supporting the youth in all their endeavors. We talk about supporting our youth and our seniors in our community, yet we are not going forward financially to support them, and I think that maybe that is what we should be doing with them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we have Councillor Casper, any questions? We have a mover and a seconder for the amount of $3,500. And we have no more further questions. All those in favor of that motion? Opposed? Okay, thank you. Can we get Councillor Loggins back in? Okay, item number 2.
Okay, this is the Souk Residents in Need. They have 2 programs. One is the Victim Services Program. The Victim Services Program has received a total of $74,430. There was some clarification of the Crisis Center expenses and demographics of those services. Again, recognizing that this is a provincial responsibility, and the committee encouraged the organization to apply for funding from other levels of the government. Having said that, given it is the Victim Services Program, and there's an added, so I'll say, we move to recommend that the council award the Souk Residents in Need Society Victim Services Program a Category A grant in the amount of $8,323, contingent upon council's approval of the 2016-2025 year financial plan, and further that council advocate for other levels of government and government agencies such as the Capital Regional District and the RCMP to assist in funding this program. The predominant amount of the program is a victim services coordinator, and it is funded, for most of that funding does come from the Ministry of Justice.
Moved by Councillor Ray, seconded by Councillor Casper. Any further discussion from council members? Hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion is carried.
And then the second piece to the Souk Residents in Need Society, the Souk Crisis Center. And this is moved and seconded to recommend that council award the Souk Residents in Need Society, the Souk Crisis Center, a category grant in the amount of $6,120, contingent upon council's approval of the 2016-2025 year financial plan. So I moved that. Okay.
Seconded.
And I'm sorry, they have had $73,427.
That was moved by Councillor Ray and seconded by Councillor Loggins. Any further discussion on that recommendation? Hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? The motion is carried.
Okay, the next is the Souk Region Fuchi. They've requested $7,000, and I don't have the amount. Excuse me 1 second. Souk Fuchi has had, as an organization, has had $51,265. The discussion around the account balances is shown on the financial statements, and we've heard tonight from Ms. Dunbar that has helped clarify that, and the clarification of the expenses for a Grow a Row program around the coordinator. Again, Ms. Dunbar has spoken to that as well. And the committee had encouraged the Grow a Row program that if they could apply for a Category B grant for capital expenditures in 2016 if they experience funding shortfalls. After listening, and Councillor Berger is not here this evening, she's quite ill, but from after listening to Ms. Dunbar this evening, the recommendation from the grant committee was not to award the Souk Region Fuchi Category A grant, but if that motion were to fail, certainly entertain a motion to provide the $7,000 if that's the wish of the council.
I move the recommendation that we support $7,000.
Okay. Okay, perhaps maybe we could have the other one fail, so I'll move the motion not to recommend that council not award the Souk Region Fuchi Category A grant. We can have a, okay.
Okay, so is there further discussion on that? I'd like to hear, okay, no, they're hearing none. I'm going to call that question. All those in favor of that motion? Passive.
Yeah.
Failing, okay?
No, you don't want to, okay. So those, now all those in favor.
Excuse me, Your Worship.
We're voting on the
microphone is
recommendation. We're voting on the recommendation. So, okay, all those in favor of that recommendation? Opposed?
Okay.
Okay, moved by Councillor Parkinson and seconded by Councillor Loggins. Further discussion from council? Councillor Casper?
I'm going to support the recommendation, but I think that, you know, we have to also take into account what was stated at the public process, that it was stated that the organization would welcome going through a transition stage after 2016 in regard to this funding. So I'm supporting it on that basis for making that public commitment, and I just want to applaud the organization for doing that.
I won't make any comments. Okay, I will call the question. All those in favor of the new motion? That's carried.
Okay. The next one is the Souk Fine Arts Society. The request is $7,000. The committee discussion was around the relationship between municipal funding, BC Gaming Funds, and Canadian Heritage Funding. There was a discussion on the economic impact of the Souk Fine Arts Show. The committee encouraged the Souk Fine Arts Show to apply for Category B grant funding for capital expenditures should they experience funding shortfalls in the future. The recommendation to council is to award the Souk Fine Arts Society Category A grant in the amount of $3,500, contingent upon council's approval of the 2016-2020 5-year financial plan. And a couple of comments. The Souk Fine Arts have had more than $114,000 since 2006. Again, it comes to what was spoken earlier about the more successful that you become and you get bigger. At what point is there an expectation for that to be sustainable, the financial sustainability? And it was agreed to partially fund, recognizing there is an economic benefit to the District of Souk. So that's the motion.
Okay. We have a mover, Councillor Ray, seconded by Councillor Casper. And so council discussion.
I will not be supporting this motion and will advocate for the full amount to be given to the Souk Fine Arts Society. But before that, I wanted to ask Councillor Ray, if you can clarify why this grant was given an arbitrary 50% cut. Was it reflective of anything in the budget, or was it just 50%?
My recollection was it was 50%.
I would like to say that I'm not supporting this motion either. I think that even after hearing from everybody in the public and the community, I would believe that that the arts contribute greatly to our community and always have. I'm a strong believer in community, and my taxes go to schools, and I have no children. They go to transit. I don't use the bus. They go to the library, which I don't use. However, I have never complained about paying taxes, as I believe that they make for a stronger and more vibrant community. The arts bring so much vitality and economic growth to our community. Do my fellow council members know that a good number of performers in the Sooke Philharmonica actually moved to Sooke from out of province because of the maestro Norman Nelson? He is revered all over the country. And the Sooke Fine Arts Show is celebrating their 30th anniversary. Instead of cutting the funding by half, we should be increasing it by that amount. The number of people who visit Sooke for this show and spend their money in our community, in our village, is pure economic growth. It puts money into the pockets of the people who live here. And then while on this note, I'll just carry on with the Arts Council. Because the Arts Council...
if I
okay.
Yeah, save your comments to the next grant,
thing.
please. Thank you.
So I think for Sooke, for these events in turns, they spend their money in the community, the people visiting. So I would like to see us increase the amount and not put it lower. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Parkinson. And over the last several weeks, we have a difficult task up here. We have to look people in the eye. We have to cut money. We have to pay out money that taxpayers put in. We look at value. Often we talk about costs. You know, what does it cost? And then we have to look at value. On a personal level, I've struggled with this one because, you know, the Sooke Fine Arts is 30 years of history. What was the inception? Where did it come from? How did it get started? You know, all things like all Sooke Days and what our great tradition is in our community, extended by volunteers and people working very, very hard to have an event as successful as the Sooke Fine Arts. It's difficult when you're spending the taxpayers' money. We ask a committee to do their due diligence, and then they come back and they make recommendations to us. Follow policy, because I think the taxpayers demand policy be followed. I think taxpayers demand that we do things the right way and follow process. Is the arts valuable? I don't think there's anybody at this council table that says it's not. I will not be supporting this motion now. But okay, and I'll ask the public again. So I'm going to call the question, and just to get it over with, because I think there's something we can do. Okay, all those in favor of supporting the committee's recommendation of $3,500, opposed? So the motion is defeated.
I would like to move that the committee give the $7,000 to the Sooke Fine Arts Show.
We have a mover and a seconder.
I would just like to say, sorry, excuse me. I would just like to say, seeing as it is the 30th anniversary of the Sooke Fine Arts Show, I think it behooves us to actually support them in any way that we can and to move forward with it and showcase to everyone on the island and outside what a great community we have for the arts.
Okay, I just want to add something.
Councillor.
Yeah. And I certainly appreciate, and I do believe, I fully believe in the arts and what it has to offer for Sooke. I'm also mindful of the amount that the councils of the District of Sooke have spent in the areas of art and culture, over $563,000. So There are other, there, you don't, when you're creating, there is a need for capacity, okay, I'll stop. No, that's fine,
Okay.
I made my comment.
So, Ms. Phil? Not from, no, okay, we're not going to debate it with you. Thank you. The difficult task and challenge of asking a committee to come up with recommendations and then come here and for some of the councillors to go to stand up and not accept that recommendation. Maybe there's some messaging in there that has to go forward to the Sauk Fine Arts community and subsequent recommendations that will come out of this, that the expectation is become self-funding and self-reliant and looking for that. Maybe that's the message that you take away, because tonight, I won't debate it any further. I'm going to call the question because the question is...
want to discuss.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Logan.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. It makes me really upset that we support, which I did not support actually, the Regional Economic Development Group with thousands of dollars for a plan that we will benefit from regardless of what money we put into it. Yet we will not invest an extra $3,500 to multiple groups who bring their own piece of the pie to our economic development. And it makes me sad for all of the volunteers that we have in the region. That's how I feel about all of these grants, in particular this one, which is why I will support the requested amount of $7,000.
And I would like to say that we received the arts and cultural funding, where it shows that the $568 was spent on the arts. And I would like to say that SPA is the one that's outlined in pink. The blue is for sports, and the yellow is for nothing to do with the arts. So in reality, the numbers that we got here do not signify what we have given to the arts over the years.
Just for clarification, that is arts and culture, not just the arts.
This is sports. Sorry.
Okay, we have a question on the table, and the recommendation right now is whether do we fund the $7,000, and that's the motion that's on the table. I think you know the outcome of this vote, but I think the message has to be about your future. So I'm going to call the question. All those in favor of supporting the $7,000 grant as requested, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried. I asked, okay. Difficult deliberation. Thank you, Councillor Ray.
The next item is the need to the suicide prevention, education, and awareness. The amount that was requested was in the amount of $3,184. This group has had $33,537. They too have over a long period of time. Again, the discussion of diversification of funders, the percentage of funding received from each municipality in relation to the population of each municipality. When we, I'm sorry I don't have her name, or Ms. Arnaud spoke, she indicated that she didn't have the breakdown of the other 10 municipalities, but it was clear from the numbers that Sauk was funding more than its fair share, if I can put it that way. And so that we suggested that they need to be talking with the Vancouver Island Health Authority and the Ministry of Children and Family Development for funding. Mr. Dillabaugh, do you know whether or not we actually got the breakdown? She was going to provide that for this council meeting in terms of all of the community funding.
Through you, Your Worship, I apologize. I'm not sure.
Okay,
No.
thank you. So in that, I'd like to move that, recommend that council award Need to Suicide Prevention Education Awareness a Category A grant in the amount of $1,592 contingent upon council's approval of the 2016-2020 5-year plan, and also move to recommend that council direct staff to write a letter to the Island Health requesting support for Need to, and that council engage with other municipalities in sending this letter of support.
Sorry, any further discussion? Councillor Loggins?
It's come to my attention that with this and others, there have been recommendations for groups to request support from other organizations. Funny enough, they do already. So I want to know if the committee is 100% sure that Island Health has not already been contacted by Need to.
Well, according to Ms. Arnott, she indicated that the funding was not there from the Ministry of Children and Family, and the amount from VHA was not a large amount. And I do believe, Councillor Logans, you do have the binder.
I just wanted to hear it on the record because it shows that they're out there looking for funding, and it's an insult to be asking groups to be out there looking for more. From groups that they already.
Yeah. Just in response to that, the council from 2011 to 2014 under Mayor Milne, this was raised on a number of occasions about the downloading of provincial responsibilities onto municipalities. This is something that is occurring across Canada, and it continues to be an issue, and it's been raised by the Community Grant Committee that the Ministry for Children and Family and VHA have a responsibility along with the Ministry of Health, not the municipality.
I would say if they're not going to take it, I would fight to stop suicide.
Okay, we have a motion and a seconder. All those in favor of the motion? Opposed? Councillor Loggins?
So the next one is the Souk Food Bank Society. They're looking for an increase of $3,429, I think was the amount. It would bring them up to $10,000 a year. Part of this is low overhead associated with the volunteer-run organization, and that the District of Souk funding would be matched dollar for dollar by Island Farms to provide milk and yogurt to our young children and our seniors. And the recommendation, move to recommend that Council award the Souk Food Bank Society Milk Program a Category A grant in the amount of $10,000, of course contingent upon Council's approval of the 2016-2020.
Mover and a seconder. Councillor Ray, Councillor Casper, any comments or discussion?
I fully support this recommendation. I've publicly advocated that this organization in the past has actually asked for too little money. They do a huge amount of work in this community, and I've encouraged them every year that if they can justify and to clearly demonstrate that there is truly a need for the funds that they've asked for, then I will fully support them. I've said that from day one, and I don't apologize for that, because in the past I felt they had actually asked for too little money from our municipality or any other organization. And the more we can do collectively to support them, I think all of us will be better off in this community. So that's why I'm supporting the recommendation and the increase.
Any further discussion from council? All those in favor? Unanimous.
Okay. The next one is Citizens on Patrol, Speed Watch. They've requested $2,800. They've had $12,400 to date. Discussion as to the low overhead associated with the volunteer-run organization, and expenses incurred are really to reimburse volunteers for their out-of-pocket expenses for gas. Move to recommend that council award the Citizens on Patrol Speed Watch Souk A Category A grant in the amount of $2,800, of course, contingent upon council's approval of the 2016.
Any further council discussion? All those in favor? Carried.
Okay, the next one is the EMCS Student Art Bus Shelter Project. Requested amount $1,925.87. This has historically come before the Community Grants Committee as a Category B grant, and there was some discussion of the ownership of the transit shelter frames. It is a new application. It's primarily capital, and so given the lack of capacity that we have in the Category A grants, we suggest that council not award the EMCS Student Art Bus Shelter Project a Category A grant, but that they continue to apply under the Category B grant in 2016, which is how they've been receiving their funding to date.
Any discussion on that? Councillor Parkinson?
I understand that they applied under the wrong grant process this time and that they will just be coming back?
No, they were looking to do it so that they didn't have to come back every year. But just because of the capacity under the A's, there is no capacity. So we've just asked them to do it again back under the B grant.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion by councillor? All those in favor?
You're not allowed to speak.
Opposed?
The next one is the Greater Victoria Bike to Work Week Society requesting an amount of $300. Discussion as to the benefit to Souk given the distances from Souk to Victoria, and there was also discussion of the celebration stations. Relatively, I think their documents, if I recall, said there was something like 1% of Souk residents are biking to work in the community. I think what struck the grant committee was that twice we asked that if we were going to fund them that they do something small here in Souk, and they didn't record anything or report out, and the people in the community grant committee could not recall any of the events that we'd asked to occur actually occurring in Souk. And so we're moving to recommend that council not award the Greater Victoria Bike to Work Week Society a Category grant.
Any further discussion on that? Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed?
The next one is the Juan de Fuca Regional Park Watch Society requested amount $5,000. To date, they've had $65,116. The discussion as to the location of each of the parks covered by the Park Watch and the benefits of having the Park Watch and how it prevents crimes of opportunity. With the exception of the Souk potholes, all the parks are outside of the district of Souk. And given that many of our Souk residents do use the potholes, we are recommending $1,000 to the Juan de Fuca Park Watch. So I would like to move to recommend that council award the Juan de Fuca Park Watch Society a Category A grant in the amount of $1,000, of course, contingent upon council's approval of the 2016.
Discussion.
I have, so we have a mover and a seconder. I have a question. So where are they actually based out of? I was trying to see in this presentation. Juan de Fuca Regional Parks Watch Study. Okay. Okay, Councillor Parkinson, or yes, go ahead.
I'd like to say that I wouldn't support this motion. I think that we should be giving them the $5,000. When people come to Souk and they go to French Beach or they go to China Beach, they think of that area as Souk. I cannot say how many wedding ceremonies I perform out in the parks, and just to feel the security of having Park Watch there is a benefit to our community as a whole. everybody from Souk here goes out to all of these parks. It's part of our area. So to say that we do not need someone out there to look after our belongings, whatever it happens to be, is not right. And I think that Park Watch has been around for as long as I can remember, and most of the people that are on that committee are from Souk, and they do a great service, and it is a benefit to us. And I would think that should someone come, they have their ceremony performed out there, they come back to the Harbour House for dinner or something, if they're robbed, they consider that Souk. And those people will not come back, and they will think that is Souk. So I think we should be giving them the $5,000.
Any further discussion? Councillor Loggins?
This is one of those that also ties into our economic development. The tourists in this region visit the entire region, and so their experience here is connected to Souk in a huge way. Our area in the district is a hub for all of these different parks and all of the different experiences. So I want to make sure that we do everything we can to ensure that our visitors become residents one day and add to the taxes that we can increase our community grants with.
Councillor Casper?
Well, I think it's got to the point where this organization should be approaching the regional district and the Juan de Fuca area. It's completely outside of our jurisdiction. It's all too often that people have these huge expectations that the Souk taxpayers fund everything under all sorts of categories outside of our municipal boundaries. I don't support that. I've never supported that. And the reason I don't support that is because I ran for election to support Souk taxpayers for Souk programs that benefit Souk taxpayers and the residents who live here. And I think it's incumbent on the representatives from outside of our municipality to actually proportionally to support this type of program, because there are people from elsewhere in the capital region that make use of those parks. They all know where the boundaries are. And in fairness, the RCMP do an admirable job. And, it's got to the point, and I don't know what the history is on the total funding for this organization, but this all started long before we incorporated, when it was all one area, one electoral body. Well, now we're broken down, and I just can't support the continued funding. I can see from a proportional ratio that they established $1,000 is more than fair considering the area that they covered. So that's why I'm supporting the recommendation.
Yeah, I have to echo Councillor Casper's sentiments. This feels somewhat downloading onto us again from other levels of government. But, okay. Call the question. All those in favor? Motion is carried. Opposed?
Pardon? Yeah.
Councillor Casper, you have a conflict
Yes,
with this?
on this particular item, I have a family member that is involved in an organization that received funding from the Souk Community Arts Council in 2015, and so I became aware of that information last Wednesday, so I have to declare a conflict, so I'm leaving.
Good. And I agree, Councillor Casper. All other councillors are okay to vote on all of these? No artwork out there or anything? Okay. Councillor Ray.
Okay, the Souk Community Arts Council requested $4,000. The discussion was the Souk Community Arts Council covers the area from East Souk to Port Renfrew. All municipal funding is matched by BC Arts Council. The discussion of the expense item in budget for grants, and the committee encouraged the Community Arts Council to diversify their revenues. Of course, quickly, there was chatter on social media. I got an email from Ms. Wilford, and I arranged to meet with her and Ms. Savoy on Friday, November the 27th. And at that time explained to them both the two areas of concern. Of course, as one was mentioned, that they serve from East Souk to Port Renfrew, so outside of the District of Souk boundaries. In that discussion, it was clarified that that was the membership, that the membership was from East Souk to Port Renfrew, and that all the funding that was spent by the Souk Community Arts Council was, in fact, spent within the district. The granting of funds to organizations, particularly ones around already receiving the District of Souk grants. This is where the difference of opinion exists, and as Ms. Wilford has explained as part of the delegation, but it was in my view and in the committee's view that money that is used to leverage the District of Souk money, that creates a pot of money, and it's the optics of that global pot in terms of giving funds to another District of Souk recipient is seen as double dipping. Excuse me, this is the council chamber, and I expect respect in the council chamber. And that there are a number of people of the same view. It's the optics and the perception to community members. I had, in that conversation, I had suggested to Ms. Wilford that perhaps maybe there was a different way of still giving that money to the organizations, but not directly, but funding it indirectly, but trying to be creative in how that they use that money to meet the policy currently that the District of Souk has had. Also having, so anyhow, one of the things that I would certainly support council providing the full funding to the Community Arts Council. If there could be some way of, or an agreement that they wouldn't fund other organizations that are receiving District of Souk funding in that year. So it's not no funding, but just that if we're funding somebody, that they would not also fund. But other than that, the recommendation is that council not award the Souk Community Arts Council a category grant A. If that were to fail, that we could entertain another motion for funding, but I would like to see that there would be a commitment.
Okay, I will second the motion for discussion. And
On not awarding it. Okay.
And I'll open up with, again, you heard my position about discussion and where policy fails or where policy conflicts with grants. And I think that communication on this piece is key to this. I heard commitment from that committee tonight, and I appreciate the numbers of people that have come out over the last couple of meetings to talk about the commitment in working towards making this grant work. The clarity around where grants are, how they come out. I don't want us to look foolish as a community in playing money from one pot or the other. I want transparency around that. That's what my wish would be for that committee to continue to work, because I think that it is important for the community at large to have a strong, vibrant arts community as part of our social well-being. So I will be voting against the motion, or no, I will be voting. Yeah, no, I will be voting against this motion, and I'll be waiting for another one. So I'd like to hear from other councillors.
As the only councillor here who's the executive director of a nonprofit, I feel like I'm the only one who understands how the budget system works for them. For some reason, this is not one pot of money at all. The $4,000 leverages an additional $4,000, and without it, they don't get it. They don't get it. The funding is used for two different things. there's a pot over here for this, and there's a pot over here for this. It's all within one organization, but that doesn't mean that those monies are mixed together. The organization is being completely transparent. They're not doing anything against our policies, and we cannot reword our policy to restrict them from receiving these funds. It's completely unethical. And if you want to throw around words like optics, perception, and foolish, we'd be foolish not to award this full amount.
And in that regards to when you talk about the grants where they received the $4,000 from us, from the District of Sauk, they state where it goes to, and it's for events within the District of Sauk. The other $4,000 from the province, they have a mandate, and they have to support events. So that is why they do sponsorships for the Fine Arts Show and for the Sauk Philharmonic Orchestra, because that's in the mandate of the province. So we cannot be telling the province that we cannot be using their monies for this project. This is what their mandate is, and we have ours, and it's two separate things. And so we should not be stifling them and how they give out their funding. And
Okay, I'll call the question if there's no further comments. All those supporting the motion? Opposed?
so I would recommend that, or I make the motion that we give the $4,000 to the Sauk Community Arts.
I'll second that motion.
With no stipulations attached.
You can't make a motion like that. Stipulations. It's a new word. I won't second that.
Oh, they wanted to have them.
No.
So the
Are you going to recommend that
the 4,000?
Okay,
Please.
and I'll second that motion.
Okay, and now
Okay,
discussion.
Okay, any discussion now?
Then I would like to say that I do not believe that there should be any stipulations to the money that we give to them.
Okay.
Thank you.
I know you're interpreting my words, and that's okay. I sit up here to be scrutinized. My intent is to make sure that communication is open, that the taxpayers of Sauk benefit from this, and I understand the benefit of a strong arts community. I don't think there's any doubt that we understand that, and I don't think there's any doubt understanding that my intent, because I think you can see where this has gone tonight. However, I want to make sure that the conditions are met within our policy. That's all. That's my request. Okay. So, anyways, so I will call the question if there's no further discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Got your money. Both groups got their money. Thank you.
Okay,
No, we didn't
the
get
next
Councillor
one. Oh, right.
So, Councillor Casper, so we're going to go through the rest of these.
No, we'll just wait for people to leave and then
Okay, I'm going to ask for a 2-minute break in the proceedings while everybody leaves the building.
Hey. Yes, and by the way, that email that you sent that morning, I was in Chilliwack and everything was dying. As a matter of fact, when I saw your note, I went, because I never saw it. And so what happened must have happened when I went back looking for it. And I had a whole chunk of emails that must have come in after other emails started to come through, because I'd been down for 48 hours in Chilliwack. So, yeah.
Guess what? I was just really pleased that people listen.
Yeah.
You know me, I've always said, hey, but we're believe it in that way. organizations, and we really are going to try and transition.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
the food bank went through a huge change in their board. So, see, we really went for that money early in the fall. But their president, Ingrid, do you know Ingrid? Ingrid left.
Oh, did she?
Yeah, so then they delayed their AGM, so we missed their deadline.
Okay.
So then,
yeah. Well, I think part of it is that you know, I've always entertained people to come forward and to speak and to clarify.
and I can't believe.
Well, that's just my name.
You know what? But now somehow we got the message from some of the staff that it wasn't necessary we were there. So there was a lot of confusion, and I guess really, in retrospect,
You still wouldn't have got me because I
well,
wasn't
okay.
until the
And so I
last.
felt kind of bad about that. Like, oh no, we really blew it.
Yeah. Well, and I think it's important to be able to have that dialogue because we only have what we have. And one of the things that does, and I heard what you said tonight, that one of the things is that, you know, it hasn't been one project, it's been multiple projects. But in terms of, and you know, you've always been really good about saying, look, I understand that money needs to be reviewed. Unfortunately, not everybody does. So it's not forever.
As much as I would want to get up.
You want to call it back?
Okay, we'll reconvene. So we're going to go, Councillor Ray, I think we're on number 13.
Okay, thank you. The next one is the Souk Lions Club Canada Day. Requested amount $5,000. Discussion around the low percentage of overall budget being requested and that the Canada Day is a free event for the entire community. So move to recommend that Council award the Souk Lions Club of Canada Day Category A grant in the amount of $5,000 contingent.
Any further discussion? All those in favor? Carried.
Okay, the next one is the Souk Family Resource Society. Requested amount is $5,000. There was and they've had about 33,436. Their scope for their funding changed from an art program for children, which was free of cost, to a prenatal program. This had some discussion around the responsibility and the role of Island Health, also known as VHA, in providing prenatal services, and discussion around the accessibility of prenatal services through visits to family doctors and hospitals. An action item is that the council representative on the Primary Health Care Services Working Group encouraged the group to advocate for more improved prenatal services in Souk. So it was moved to recommend that council award the Souk Family Resource Society's a Category A grant in the amount of $2,000 for the program materials and supplies for 2016 and 2017 only, contingent upon council's approval, and to award an additional $600 for program transportation for the 2016-2017 only, again contingent upon council's approval. And that was subject to clarification of the program transportation funds getting mothers and babies to prenatal programming, and I believe we received a letter saying that that was the case. So
I need to declare a conflict before we continue, as my mother is the director of the Souk Family, executive director of the SFRS.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Loggins, and I agree.
and further to encourage Souk Family Resources Society to seek provincial funding for prenatal services. So this, with the newly struck primary health care services here in Souk, that this may be the place for that conversation rather than at the grant table. But I would recommend that we fund the full $2,600 to the Souk Family Resources Society.
Okay, we have a mover. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay.
Okay, the next one is the Vancouver Island South Film and Media Commission requested $1,000. They've had $3,000 to date. Discussion of the economic development benefits and promotional exposure for Souk. Recommending $500 to the Vancouver Island South Film and Media Commission. That brings our funding level in line with other communities of our size. And of course, contingent upon Council's approval of the 2016-2020 financial plan.
Second. A mover and a seconder. All those in favor?
I'd like
any
discussion,
discussion?
please. Yes,
Councillor
please.
Parkinson.
I would actually like us to see us fund the $1,000. I think that we've had numerous movies being directed and made in Souk, and I think that we would like to encourage more people to come here to have their movies done. I know that, I think it's a benefit to Souk, and I think it would be an economic driver as well.
Councillor Loggins, you have something to say? Oh, I could hear you. Okay. Hearing no more discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? 2 opposed.
Okay, the last one is Souk Transition Town Society, Wildwise Souk. Clarification of existing Category A grant originally awarded to the BC Conservation Foundation and subsequent change to Wildwise Souk, along with the new Category A grant application to Wildwise Souk, and just discussion on the roles of Wildwise Souk and the conservation officer. Moved and seconded to recommend that Council award to Souk Transition Town Society Wildwise a Category A grant in the amount of $29.25, contingent upon Council's approval. They've had $12.25 in the past. It's an educational component, and it's about reducing human-bear conflicts.
Second.
So just because the Souk Transition Town Society makes the application, is that how this? Somebody,
Yeah,
Councillor
sure.
Ray,
Yeah.
somebody know? Just so I know.
The Souk Transition Town Society is the fiscal host for Wildwise Souk.
Gotcha. Okay, that's what. Okay, I just didn't see the connection there. I was trying to understand it. Okay. Mover and a seconder for that. Any other discussion? Hearing none. Call question. All those in favor?
And that concludes the recommendations from the Community Grant Review Committee.
I'd like to thank you, Councillor Ray, for the work that you and the committee did on Councillor Parkinson, presenting the community grants. Thank you. Okay, now we're going to go back to the agenda. And public and statutory hearings and third reading on adoption of bylaws, correct? So I have something to read now, don't I? Councillor, Councillor, I'm tired already. I just have to make sure I read this correctly. Delegation, public hearings. Okay, and we are at PH1, is that what I said? PH1 is PH1's bylaw number 622, zoning amendment, bylaw 619/Wadhams Way Comprehensive Development Zone. And before we have the public hearing, This public hearing is being held pursuant to the Local Government Act. At this public hearing, any person who believes that their interest in the property affected by the proposed bylaw will be given a reasonable opportunity to be heard or to present written submissions respecting matters contained in the bylaw that are subject of this hearing. Copies of the written submission received to date are available. It is important that all who speak at this hearing restrict their remarks to matters contained in the bylaw, and it is my responsibility as the chair of this hearing to ensure that all remarks are so restricted. Those of you who wish to speak at the appropriate time, commence your address to council by clearly stating your name and address. Then you may give us the benefit of your views concerning the proposed bylaw. Submissions must be received before or during the public hearing in order to be considered by council. Members of council may, if so, wish to ask questions of you following your presentation or submission. However, the main function of council members this evening is to listen to the views of the public. It is not the function of council at this public hearing to debate the merits of the proposed bylaw with individual citizens. Everyone who deems his or her interest in property to be affected shall be given opportunity to be heard at this hearing. No one will be or should feel discouraged or prevented from making his or her views known. Okay, is staff going to make the presentation first? Thank you.
Good evening, Your Worship and members of council. The owners of 2182 Church Road have applied to rezone the property from R1 large lot residential to a proposed new zone, Wadhams Way Comprehensive Development Zone. The site is approximately 10.4 acres in size and is located along two collector roads, Church Road and Wadhams Way. The site has been mostly cleared, contains a dwelling, and is currently used for grazing livestock. There is a mobile home park to the north, the CASA building to the west, residential to the east, and the town center boundary to the south. The owners have The owners have proposed a zone that is in line with the vision of the OCP while incorporating flexibility so that a future owner can respond to markets over time. It is proposed that Area A will be similar in character to the R3 small lot residential zone. Area B in the proposed CD zone incorporates a level of flexibility in future site design, as that area could be either single family or multiple family. Whichever way the future developer may go, the land will be developed similarly to the R3 zone and the RM2 zone, which are currently in our zoning bylaw. Area C will be strictly multiple family residential, which will achieve a mix of residential tenures on the site. The site density is capped at 133 residential units. Suites do not count toward the total site density, which is consistent with other single-family zones. Due to the proximity to the core, the lack of support in the town center plan for commercial rezonings that may conflict with the redevelopment of the core, commercial uses were not included as part of the final proposal. To give council an idea of what the future neighborhood may look like, the owners have provided a concept plan for demonstration purposes only. This concept plan shows how a road network might be laid out on the site. In this depiction, it shows Area B as being multifamily, but it could very easily also be something that looks more like Area A. Area C, again, is strictly multifamily. The park area along Church Road, so up in this area, will be used for drainage purposes, and the larger area D along the CASA boundary will be an excellent neighborhood park that could be used for a formalized dog park, a community garden, or whatever else council sees as useful. Under sections 904 and 905 of the Local Government Act, municipalities are able, at the time of rezoning, to discuss and negotiate amenities and affordable housing with the applicant. This is meant to help mitigate the impacts that future development will have on the community and not burden local taxpayers with paying for the growth that is occurring. To address the amenity policy, the owners have made an offer that includes the following: provision of 10% of the dwelling units as affordable residential units, or up to $130,000 towards the District of Sauk's Affordable Housing Reserve Fund. They have also asked that Council consider the additional road dedication at Church and Throop as an amenity valued at $151,000, plus a cash contribution towards intersection improvements for $28,500. The total amenity package is nearly $310,000. Staff are recommending approval of the rezoning because the site is well situated for growth. The site promotes walkability, bikeability, and transit viability. Density of this nature is best suited near town center amenities, reducing sprawl into undeveloped lands and utilizing existing infrastructure in a more efficient way. The development will also provide additional benefit to the community by improving safety at the corner of Church and Throop roads and provide affordable units or a cash contribution to the Housing Reserve Fund. And finally, the overall density and character of the proposal is in keeping with the vision outlined in the OCP.
Thank you. Before we go to the public piece, any councillors have questions for staff? Again, I've already read the public piece, so I would invite the members of the public now to come to the microphone, state your name and address, please.
Gail Hall, 2517 Sauk River Road. There was a lot of material introduced there that we were told we could not discuss because it is not in the bylaw. You said we could only discuss what's in the bylaw, so I will do that. The intent of this bylaw was to rezone property at 2182 Church to a comprehensive development zone that would include density bonusing provisions to permit higher density for the developer and amenities for the community. In fact, bylaw 622 does neither. Because the bylaw is insufficient, the density will remain as it is today, and no amenities will be taken. The density bonusing provisions in the Local Government Act, Section 904, 905, are very specific. A zoning bylaw, which is what we're discussing tonight, must include the details involved in the use of the process to alter density, included would be the current applicable information, and that would apply if certain conditions are met. Bylaw 622 does not include either. Also required in the bylaw are details of the conditions that will be met in order for the density to increase. That also is not there. There is no mention of density bonusing provisions in the bylaw, and therefore the bylaw does not change the current density allowed. The proponents could conceivably do everything today that this bylaw allows. A further indication is quoted under purpose, where it says, this zone provides for a variety of residential uses that will include single and multiple family residential housing units with varying lot sizes. Not one word with reference to the actual purpose of the increased density through density bonusing and provision of amenities. Sauk Zoning Bylaw 600 can be used as reference to indicate how the matters regarding density bonusing are applied and the information that needs to be included in the bylaw under Schedule 807 for Mariners Village, Schedule 809 for Spiritwood Estates. They provide excellent examples of how this bylaw should have been written. Aside from the fact that the bylaw changes nothing with respect to the development, there are several statements that represent violation of statutory requirements. If the failure to meet the requirements in Section 904 and 905 of the Local Government Act by not including the required information, reference density bonusing, or increasing density as it would be in there, The bylaw states that 133 dwelling units are permitted, when in fact only 50.4 are allowed with the base density of 12 per hectare. The entire process of density bonusing needed to be in the bylaw, and it is not, so they are restricted to 50.4 units. An apparent improper amendment to Souk zoning bylaw 600 at section 814.7, where it states that a secondary suite does not constitute a dwelling unit. Clearly in bylaw 600, it clearly states that a dwelling unit includes suites, and it also says under suite that it is an accessory dwelling unit. There's an improper attempt to increase the number of permitted dwelling units. I'm sorry, that's added on to that part about suites. It's an improper attempt to increase the number of permitted dwelling units by not allowing suites to be considered that way. So I will just add on to this that under the Criminal Code of Canada, disobeying a statute, everyone who without lawful excuse contravenes an act of Parliament by willfully doing anything that it forbids, by willfully omitting to do anything it's required to be done, is unless a punishment is expressly provided by law, is guilty of an indictable offense and liable to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 2 years. So the fact that these things are excluded from here, and yet we're told that we can have 133 units when in fact you can have 50.4, the bylaw does nothing. It does absolutely nothing to change that piece of property from what it is today. And I did find a municipal document that supports my statement that I've raised since the very beginning of this thing, and that is that the amenity allowed under this property would be based on a bonus density of 20 units. So you multiply your 20 times your 5,000, you come out with 100,000, which I have claimed from day one. And I have now the municipal document to prove that that's the way it should have been done. So there's some serious business around this bylaw. It should never have come in front of the public, and I'm asking that you act accordingly, correct the whole business, and bring it back. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a chance to ask questions at this point, don't we? Or no, we have to wait? Okay. Oh, is there any other members of the public that wish to speak to this public hearing? No. Okay.
Nice trip. Ellen Lors, 5526 Souk Road. I totally agree with what Gail has just said, and I think you should send this all back to staff and redo it. The whole thing, too, about the residential unit and assisted living, under your own bylaws, it says assisted living unit is not a unit, is not considered a residential unit because it doesn't have a kitchen. But a suite is considered a unit. And all the studies that are done here as well with the traffic study, et cetera, are not legit because you're looking at, with a suite, you're looking at possibly 2 cars, quite likely 2 cars with a residence, and so it's all flawed. The whole situation is flawed, and I think you need to send this back and look at it properly before you go any further and waste any more money and staff time. It's quite flawed. There's too many things to talk. I think you just send it back. Thank you.
Members of the public that wish to speak? Is there any other members of the public that wish to speak? I could go out of it. Oh, there is one more member of the public.
John Broman, 7797 Manitou Road. I support this application fully. I feel it's good for the District of Sault. This property has been in a family-oriented, a family deal, paying taxes to the District of Sault. They've been great caretakers of that land over the years. You still got cows in on that pasture there, and I don't think they ever really had to pay agricultural. They've been paying city taxes on it, or full taxes on this property. A comprehensive development zone is very good for their future. It gives a bit of flexibility there because they've got no idea when they do sell it. They're not developers, but when they do sell it, the developer might have a few issues, like, you know, the little issues we're worried about, suites and stuff like that. You know, with the comprehensive development zone, I feel it's good for the property. It kind of leaves the door open a little bit. So, yeah, I fully support it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gail Hall, 2517 Sauk River Road. The argument is not whether this is a good place for a development or whether the development is suitable or anything else. The issue is the bylaw. It is totally insufficient, and as a council, you are absolutely bound to approve the integrity of the process. It's not the development, whether it should or shouldn't be, whether it's good or whether the family are fine. That's got nothing to do with it. It is totally the bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you. I will ask if there's any other members of the public that would like to speak. For the second time, I would like to ask if there's any members of the public that would like to speak. And for the third time, I would like to ask if there's any members of the public that would like to speak. Hearing none, I will consider the public hearing closed. Council. I'd like to hear from council. Councilor Casper?
Well, I have a few concerns about the amenity package that was outlined. I've always had some concerns about the process in which these numbers have been achieved. Whether they're right or wrong, I do have some hesitancy. And I'm not terribly impressed by the open-ended latitude that could or could not occur as far as development on this site, what's located where and how it's being developed. It's too much up in the air at this point. I'm not prepared to support the bylaw at this time, but I'm willing to perhaps receive some more clarification from staff and or our solicitor on what's been raised. So I would move that council defer any further decision on this until the new year, January.
We have a mover and a seconder for going back to, and you're asking.
Well, I wasn't being specific, but council does have a right to receive some additional information from our own staff on it, as well as in regard of the technical nature and issues raised, but we aren't entitled to receive any more public input after a public hearing.
Your Worship, just to be clear, it's any new information on this bylaw. If it's a clarification of details, we'd have to watch carefully if that crosses over to new information, and that would trigger another public hearing. So at this time, just to be clear, you're deferring it back to staff for further information?
Are you clear on the second part of that motion? Councillor Ray, as a seconder?
Yes, I'm just concerned about what the information might be, if it's new.
Okay.
I have a question.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Ray.
Can I direct it to Ms. Sprinkling or Ms. Catherine, sorry, Leishon? Okay. I guess the question I have is around what's been raised by Ms. Hall around the density piece. Because I'm just going through back to what the other CD zones say. So if we get new information that provides clarity in terms of the density bonusing that needs to go in here, what would that mean in terms of the process? Would we have to redo a public hearing?
If we are changing the bylaw, that will trigger another public hearing.
Thank you.
So, a question to you, Ms. Brinkling, I think, or to our CEO. If the bylaw is incomplete that we're looking at now, or we have an inkling that it may be, and is that changing if it's incomplete now?
If there's any change to the bylaw at the direction of council, then that would trigger another public hearing. Is that what you're asking me?
Yes.
Okay.
Councillor Ray?
So with the motion that's on the floor, we would learn, we could do that piece, defer it, and then when we see what information comes, then it will determine whether or not we need to amend the bylaw or to leave it as it is, and we can proceed. Would that be correct?
Okay.
We won't know, we don't know what we don't know, right? So it would mean that that decision would come in the new year.
Okay. Okay. Any further discussion from council? All those in favor of, I'm going to say sending it back to staff. How's that? Referring it to staff.
Deferring back to staff for more information on the amenity contribution and and more clarity for the bylaw.
Okay. So because the applicants are here, could we make that scheduled for January? I guess that would be my request because, I mean, there's nothing between now and January, right? As early as possible in January? Would that be?
My motion was to defer it.
Until?
Defer any further decision until January.
Okay.
Because I didn't feel comfortable with, I gave my rationale.
Okay, that's fine.
Your Worship, the applicants are here this evening. So. I'm not, potentially that's when it would come back.
Any more? Thank you. Okay. Now I have to go back. RA2. P11 is the next on the council strategic plan released to the public. Is that what's on the next on the agenda? Okay.
And it's in the yellow sheet.
It's in the yellow sheets tonight? Is there a staff report on that? Or is it just to be released?
Your Worship, this is from the release of the in-camera resolution approving the
new strategic plan. Yep.
So it's an opportunity for the public to make comment on it.
Okay.
So you would read your statement.
Okay, so I go, okay, I get to read the statement again. Okay. Another public input meeting. P11, Council Strategic Plan. The public input meeting is being held to allow the public an opportunity to make submissions to Council on this particular item on the agenda. Any person who has an interest in the item will have an opportunity to make a submission to Council. Before speaking, please state your name, address for the record. I'll invite any members of the public to speak about our strategic plan.
Ellen Lewis, 5526 Souk Road. I was disappointed that in the strategic planning that you didn't involve public. The last council did involve public. You had people speak to you from staff members and yourselves, And really, you're here to represent the people of Souk. We heard a lot about that tonight. And council attends the UBCM and the FUCM, or whatever they're called, all their acronyms, and you get advice from a lot of different groups outside of Souk. But we're the people that live here, and we're the people that need to be heard. And I think that council behooves council to invite the public to these meetings for the strategic planning, and know what it is that the public wants, what we want in our community, and what our priorities are. I know you think you may think that you know what the priorities are. Maybe you do, but I think it's you're talking here about involving the public and community advisory. Well, I think you need to make sure that that's part of it, that we're a part of that discussion. Thank you.
Okay. Is there any other members of the public that would like to speak?
Yes, Jeff Bateman, and I disagree a bit, Ellen, with that last comment. This is a document put together by our newly elected council with staff, I think in a really good collaborative process, I would hope and imagine. And it looks like quite a remarkable document. Congratulations. And I'm sure, you know, I really didn't realize there was a public comment session at this point. So just glancing through it, I'm pleased with this community plan refresh next year. That's great, and that's, I guess, when we'll get the opportunity, right, Ellen, to contribute. I think the piece around communications is very important, that we residents get a better sense of what's happening here, because a lot of good work is being done, and from my perspective on the Climate Change Action Committee, it's remarkable what the district has done in terms of getting to a kind of a net zero energy consumption place here on the municipal level. So I could go on, but I won't. But yes, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public that would like to comment on the strategic plan? Second time. Is there any other members of the public that would like to speak to the strategic plan? Third time. Any members of the public like to speak to the strategic plan? Hearing none, I will consider the public input closed. Back to my agenda.
I move that council approve the 2016 strategic plan and work plan is amended. I don't know if that's what we need to do. Do we need to do that?
Your worship, I don't think you really need to do that because you did that
We
when
already
you're in
did that.
Canberra.
We've adopted this plan. Okay. Okay. Okay, where are we at on here? Good grief, this agenda never ends. Bylaw B1, Bylaw 623 zoning amendment bylaw 620, Bylaw 625 7,000 Melrick Place phase development agreement, repeal bylaw 2015 7,000 Melrick Place zoning bylaw, reversal and termination of phase development agreement, written report, and how do you say your last name again?
It's Lissishin.
Lessishin, okay. Thank you. I'll let you introduce yourself.
In September 2015, the owners of 7,000 Melrick Place made written requests to council regarding the property in relation to the neighboring Spiritwood development to the west. Following that meeting, the owners made application to reverse the zoning granted on the southern half of their property from R3 back to the original split zone of RU2 and RU4. It also requires the removal of a site-specific exemption written into the zone related to the parcel size on the remainder, so on the upper half of the parcel that sort of goes off the page. It was to accommodate that lot where their home is. This exemption has been addressed in the proposed bylaw before you. As a result of the initial rezoning, a phased development agreement was entered into with the district, and that agreement will need to be terminated and discharged by resolution. The lower portion of the lot affected by this application is approximately 2.4 hectares in size. As per previous council discussion, staff have noted that a public hearing could be waived in accordance with Section 893 of the Local Government Act. The official community plan identifies the area as an area of low to medium density residential growth, and while this application is to rezone the property for a less intensive use of the land, the reversal of the zoning is not inconsistent with the OCP, and it should have minimal, if any, impact on the surrounding neighborhood.
Thank you, Ms. Lesishin. Council, any comments?
I'd like to move first and second reading.
Second. Any further discussion by council? Any questions? Hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. That was for first and second reading? No. Can we do that? Or do we have to do it? So, yeah, I have a question about third reading.
What I understand is with the council's resolution to waive the public hearing, a notice will be published if, to that effect. So it's in order for you to give third reading.
Okay.
So I'll move third reading.
All those in favor? Carried. Okay. Yes. So we need a motion to waive the public hearing, please. Okay. They like it. Okay, so any questions on waiving the public? I'm having trouble. Yes. I am calling the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
And I see that the council introduce and give first, second, and third reading to bylaw number 625 to repeal bylaw number 530, 7,000 Malrick Place Phase Development Agreement Authorization Bylaw, and agree to terminate and discharge the phase development agreement entered into with the owners of the property at the time of rezoning. We kind of got these two backwards. So.
I'm having trouble with it.
That's okay.
I got to ask a question. Is there a ventilation problem here? Like, I smell secondhand smoke in here. Like, is somebody smoking somewhere in the building, or? No. Well, no, but it's.
Do you know that there is something, because I can feel it? I don't, not necessarily smoke, but air conditioning.
No, it's somebody's smoking by a vent or something.
Yeah, no, I can feel it in my lungs.
It's actually driving me crazy. I'm having trouble breathing.
Yeah, I can feel it in my lungs. Yeah.
Okay. But no, it's somebody smoking by the intake or something, because it smells like secondhand smoke. Yeah.
Your worship, that's probably what it is.
Yeah, there's part.
So we'll turn the fan off.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay. So
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt the meeting, but it's. Yeah. Go put the smokes out. Yeah.
So did you call the question?
Yes, I did call the question on all those in favor.
So we're done with that one? 3?
Okay, you got that?
Okay,
Oh, yeah.
we need a vote.
Okay, so all those in favor? Carried. Okay, so there's one more piece to this now?
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay,
now we have
so,
B2, 624, right? Or no, is that it?
No, I'm on.
Are we
I'm
finished
on
with that one, Ms.
I'm on
Franklin?
page 97. Never mind. Sorry.
I-
We're done.
An ancillary bylaw for that reversal is the removal from the
Sewer specified area, which is now bylaw 624, core specified area, right? And so we have a written report from Ms. Leshishin again, or is that all encompassed in what you said before? No, Ms. Spring, or Ms. Nelson now. All right. Thank you.
So following on the rezoning and the OCP amendment, the applicant has requested a removal from the sewer specified area. I don't have a PowerPoint. No
Yeah,
PowerPoint.
we all turned around to watch it.
Yeah, sorry. It's just, they would like to be removed from the sewer specified area so that they're not required to connect and pay the fees, as they do not wish to connect.
Okay. So, I know we did discuss this somewhere along the line, but they're going into the sewer specified area was as a result of them in that CD zone, right, in that phase development?
Correct, and only that portion of the lot that was highlighted on the previous sketch was
The very lower
is in the
piece, right?
zone, correct.
Yes, okay,
Is
thank
in
you.
the sewer specified area.
Okay. Yes, Ms. Parkins. Councilor Parkins.
So that would mean that they're not in the sewer specified area then? Is that correct?
They currently are. They wish to be removed.
Right.
So that when the zoning goes back to their original zoning, they no longer have to connect to the sewer.
Okay, when it goes back to the original, then they weren't in
Yeah,
it.
they all have to be adopted concurrently.
Okay.
Okay, so do we need the motion then on page 127 that council receive this report on the zoning, phase development, and sewer inclusion? No, I'm reading the wrong
I think
year.
129.
Page 129.
Would help. The council introduce and give first, second, and third reading to bylaw number 624, Sioux Core Sewer Specified Area Amendment Bylaw 14725, to remove Lot A, Section 21, Sioux District Plan VIP 57007, PID 018350445 from the sewer specified area, and that bylaw number 625 be adopted concurrently with bylaw number 623, zoning amendment bylaw 600-20, and bylaw number 625, 7000 Malwick Place Phase Development Agreement repeal bylaw 2015.
Your worship, just a reminder that that bylaw, the second resolution there is to be 624.
Yes, that's right.
Oh, it's a typo.
Yes, Ms. Sprinkling told me that prior to the meeting that the second piece was
Okay.
624.
So I'll
that
say
bylaw.
624.
Yes. So we have a mover and a seconder. Any further discussion from council? Yes, Councillor Loggins.
I just wanted to clarify because Councillor Ray read the whole thing, so she said first, second, and third. Can we move all three at the same time?
If Ms. Sprinkling lets us.
Yes.
Okay, so any further discussion? Hearing none, call the question. All those in favor? Next. Okay. B3 OCP and zoning bylaw amendments 2017 Idlemore Road. We have a council, or no, we have a staff presentation, sorry.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to take this one under one of my
I don't
hats.
know where to look at it.
As was discussed earlier this evening. So the applicant in this case wishes to expand soup moving and storage from its original location to include the location at 2017 Idlemore Road. And this application has two purposes. One is to amend the official community plan to change the current designation of the property from community residential to technical industrial, and to amend the zoning bylaw with a rezoning of the property from rural residential zone, RU4, to a modified service commercial zone, C3. And the modification to the C3 zoning would permit all principal C3 uses except for body and paint shops on site. The site location, the subject property is located on the southeast side of Idlemore Road and within the Building Spit neighborhood. The subject property measures approximately 1.13 acres in size and is not located within the sewer specified area. The existing property is not presently serviced with community piped water. However, CRD water is provided to the property line. Presently, within the district of Sioux, there exists a shortage of industrial zone lands, and staff is recommending the amendment to the OCP for this site to a technical industrial designation. This application would also require an amendment to the Sioux zoning bylaw with the rezoning of the property, as I mentioned, from RU4 to C3. And the list of the permitted uses are on this slide on the projector as well for you. And the last slide is the summary of the application and the planning side of that application. And I should have mentioned right off the bat, actually, and I apologize, that this report is in package 2 of your new package and is on page 19 of that package. My apologies, I should have mentioned that right from the beginning. So if there are any questions between myself and Ms. Lecision, we'll do our best to answer them.
Okay. I guess my first question is that in C3 zoning, because I've got my zoning book with me, it says body and paint shops in C3 zoning, in our own. So why did we want to exclude that from a C3 zone?
Having not been the one that really dealt with this on top of it, my guess is due to the use and the surrounding uses in that location, as well as it may be something that the applicant has requested as well, to not include there. The applicant is aware of what is being recommended and is okay with what is being recommended and being put forward this evening.
Well, and I'm happy, you know, that he doesn't want to have a body shop or a paint shop. But what happens is subsequent owners, that if we put it into a bylaw that he's not allowed to have a body and paint shop, and it's a C3 zone, then somebody's going to come down here in 10 years from now, make an application, and we've tied the hands of future property owners. We've seen this a couple of times where people are coming back to us for variances on industrial setbacks. We have a shortage of C3 zones, and we've seen this a few times where we want to exclude uses that are here, and on the other side, we don't want to give uses when they're not written. So it's kind of this zoning thing for me gives me trouble when we start excluding uses that we've already adopted into our OCP, into our zoning thing. So I would like to see that reference, because if the owner chooses not to build a body shop, that's good for him. But what about he doesn't always own that property, and then we get into these legacy cases down the road. So anyways, that's my concern. I'll like to hear from other councillors. Councillor Ray.
Yes, I agree with your worship. I think given that we just went through a complete rezoning bylaw change and adopted in 2014, I think to start changing and taking things out, it just leads to problems down the road. So I just want to echo your comments. I think if somebody wants to look to go to C3 zone, then this is what it is.
Any other councillors wish to comment? So hearing none, I guess then we could look for a motion. Anybody want to make it? Oh. What's that? Yes, Councillor.
Well, I would move that the property be given first reading on a C3 zone with no restrictions.
I would second that.
Excuse me, Your Worship, the bylaw that's in the package does not have any restrictions.
No, but it was on the slide up here. That's where.
I know.
Can you go back a couple slides, somebody? Please? I'm pretty sure I saw it. I read it up there. One more. One more?
You said there'd be no paint shop.
Would permit all principal C3 uses except for body and paint shops on site.
Right, so the bylaw doesn't say that?
No.
Oh, okay, well then.
Okay. Oh, okay, so this is just an executive summary. Sorry.
No, my apologies. That it appears to be an error in this slide.
Oh, is that cheering we hear again? Okay, I'll move first reading.
Okay. The good news is that I'm reading those, Michael.
You're paying attention.
Okay. So we have a mover and a seconder for that, which was me. Yes. Okay.
First reading.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
I'll move second reading.
Second? Councillor, second by Councillor Parkinson. I don't like it for the chair. All those in favor? Carried.
And I'll move that, a schedule, that staff be authorized to schedule a public hearing for the proposed bylaws.
Your
Moved in
worship,
second.
there's a OCP amendment
Okay,
bylaw
so-
and a zoning amendment.
Okay, so, all right, so I guess
So we need to have the OCP one too?
Okay, I'll move the, pardon?
The OCP comes first,
Right.
and then the zoning comes second.
Okay, well, I'll move that the amendment to the official community plan be given first reading? No, the official community plan.
Has to go first, then
Be
the
given
zoning.
first reading.
Okay. So did you second that, Councillor Loggins? I think, or I don't know.
Well, you read my mind.
Exactly.
Good.
Okay. Okay. All those in favor of the OCP amendment? In favor?
And I'll move second reading.
Second by Councillor Ray. All those in favor? Carried. Okay, now,
And I'll move that a public hearing be scheduled for the official community plan amendment and the zoning bylaw amendments for 2017 Idlemore Road.
seconded by Councillor Loggins. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Carried. Okay.
And if I may, your worship, there's two more
motions?
recommendations on page 19.
Okay, I'm getting tired.
You can make these two together if you wish.
Okay, I'll move them because I have them.
Oh, you're on page 19 in
I'm
the
on
yellow.
page
I'm going
19,
right.
yeah. And further, that council direct that prior to final adoptions of bylaws number 627 and 628, the owner enter into a section 219 covenant with the District of Sauk to address an amenity contribution towards the proposed construction of a trail along Idlemore Road. And further, that council authorize the mayor and chief administrative officer to execute the section 219 covenant.
Moved by Councillor Ray, seconded by Councillor Parkinson. Good question.
So I just wonder if we're going to get into another protracted debate around amenities. I'm foreshadowing, I guess. So.
Exactly. Okay, thank you, Councillor Ray. Call the question. All those in favor? Carried. Is there anything left on that one, Ms. Sprinkling? That one? Okay, thank you. Okay. Reports requiring action. Yes, go ahead, Councillor. Oh, yes, the yellow package, page 45, right? RA2 is where we're going next, right? RA1 first? Oh, yeah, we've already did that one. Oh, yeah, good. I crossed that one. I forgot to cross that one off. Whoo-wee. Okay, RA2, recommendations from the Sauk Program for the Arts Spa Committee meeting held in November 25th, 2015, 2016. Communities in Bloom, page 169.
I'll move the recommendation subject to approval of the 2016-2020 financial plan.
Any further discussion? All those in favor? Carried. Okay. RA3, Island Health Funding for Sauk Region Chi. Written report, which is on page 175. Correct?
I'll move the recommendation that council approve the agreement between the District of Sauk and the Sauk Region Communities Health Network, CHI, and the related agreement between the District of Sauk and Vancouver Island Health Authority, VHA, and that council authorize the mayor and CEO to sign the two documents on behalf of the District of Sauk.
Any further discussion? All those in favor? Carried. Okay. Okay, RA4, Sauk River Road Park and Bike BC Cycling Infrastructure Grant, written report, page 203. Which I can barely remember now. 203. Okay. So there's a recommendation that council provide direction to staff as a Souk BC cycling infrastructure grant. Further, that council provide direction to staff as the construction of parking area Souk River Road property, and that council provide direction to staff as the construction of a horseshoe pitch of Souk River Road property as per the lease agreement, the non-farm use approval granted by the Agricultural Land Commission. So are we getting a report tonight different than this that talks about?
Through you, Your Worship, this is being brought forward as a continuation of the reports that we've had in the past. And the last recommendation from council was to wait and bring forward, once we heard from the ALC, for approval for putting the trail through that property on Souk River Road. And we have now received approval to do so with one condition, that it has to be a permeous surface, and so it just can't be paved through the park. But aside from that, we now have permission from the ALC to put the trail through the property on Souk River Road. So this is now being brought forward now that we have that approval for council discussion and deliberation based on the previous recommendations and previous discussion at council.
Good question. Permeous meaning similar to like a rolled aggregate or something?
In essence, it just can't be paved. It can't be paved or it can't be concrete. I think what we could have is either a chip trail, or similar to what the Galloping Goose is a compacted gravel trail, and that would be sufficient. It just can't be paved.
Okay. My next question is then, what about other permitted uses on the agricultural land? Was there any clarification on uses? Because mixed into this was the horseshoe pitch, right?
We currently and did always have acceptance from the ALC for the use, the horseshoe pitch use on the ALR land.
Okay.
And now this application was for, can we put the trail through the ALR land, and we've now received that, and that's why this is now being brought forward.
Okay. What about the grant? Is there a time frame on the grant for the Cycle BC or whatever that was, that we actually have to have that trail constructed and completed?
There is. Currently, as it stands, the deadline for getting that done is February 14th of 2016. We have submitted an extension request as per council's direction at a previous meeting, and we just are awaiting a response back from that. And so this would be, if council decides and wishes to move forward, then we would then hope for and in discussions with the province, I don't see any roadblocks to getting an extension on that. Having said that, we haven't got final approval on that extension, but we would then go forward with that.
Okay. So then I guess it's time, in my opinion, I guess it's time then to sit down with the stakeholders, which is the horseshoe pitch, the trails, and Souk Community Association around the parking, the trail, and the potential horseshoe pitches, and what size. I mean, I think it's time for a gain, and maybe I can ask Councillor Ray for her and I to get involved again.
Just a comment, I believe the decision was that the parking would go on the non-agricultural land piece, because that wasn't part of the request to the Agricultural Land Commission. It was just about the bike trail. There was nothing in it about more parking on the ALR. So what this says to me is the parking will go on the non-ALR property. The horseshoe pitch goes on the ALR, and we can now put the porous bike trail through there. So there's no other parking on the ALR. That did not go in the request.
Those are all correct comments, yes.
So I have a comment. I support the trail. My concern is that I don't know that there's been any ability to estimate what the cost of that trail is going to be on that road. and this is something I've mentioned before. I've walked it, I've rode it, and I've driven it. And I'm just really concerned that there's going to be a huge cost to the District of Sault to put that trail in between Kirby Road and where it would enter onto that ALR land of the property. So I just want to highlight that if we've got a short time frame, one is who's going to do it and who's going to estimate it and how much is it going to cost. Because I think, the way we looked at it was $75,000 from us and $75,000 from them. It's $150,000. I think we have to be really cautious if we could end up with the $225,000 bill. That's my concern.
Yeah, and if I can remember, there were some design things that we talked about and that we're going to chew into the overall budget as well. So, okay. I'd like to hear from the rest of council.
I was just curious. I thought that we already had an estimate on how much it was going to cost to put a trail through there.
Through you, Your Worship, we had a rough estimate that we used for the grant application, and then from there, provided council direction to move forward with it further, we would then get a more detailed estimate and bring that forward.
It was a Class D estimate, I think, if I can remember correctly, wasn't it? Councillor Casper? I see.
Well, I don't have a problem with moving forward, providing we don't exceed our $150,000 budgeted cost, period. And that includes design, construction, everything. If we can't do it within that amount, then as far as I'm concerned, we'll spend the money elsewhere. That's really, I didn't support the $225,000 estimate or hiring a consultant or anybody to do a pilot design on this thing, considering the fact that we already have design guidelines that we've used for the trails we built that are asphalt, the trails we built that have been chip, and I think the trails we built that have been gravel in and around this park. And so you don't have to go out there and hire an engineer to do that stuff. No. Really, there's competent people out there that can do it.
Okay. Yes, so you'd like to make a motion then?
Just for clarification, because we are on the record, there was no estimate at $225,000 that was provided. There was a higher number, but I just threw that out as a number that it could. I don't want anybody quoting me that we had an estimate for $225,000.
Well, yeah, and you're correct. I think there was some estimates around the design, and by the time we added the design in, and it was going to get over the $200,000, and we were only getting $75,000. Okay, so I need to, yes, Councillor Parkinson.
So in regards to this, then we will make a motion like for the trail to go through. And what about the horseshoe pitch?
I think the motion has to be encompassing all that. We sit down with the stakeholders and say, okay, we can go ahead now. What's going to be palatable, or what appetite do they have, the horseshoe pitch for locating somewhere in the park? What's their flexibility? I mean, currently we're at a bit of a stalemate, as they're saying it's not going to move, and we're saying we don't want it there. But I think now we've got in my opinion, we've got the go ahead for the park. Then it's the finalization with that negotiations. And yes, Councillor, that's the way I see it personally.
Right. And so when you talk about the horseshoe pitch, that is allowed into the agricultural land reserve on that land, right? So that would mean that the parking's not there, but the horseshoe pitch would be. Correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes.
So I just would like to say that there are some rough outlines of possible motions for you on page 204.
Yes.
Okay.
Just to add, I think from what I understand and what I read, because the issue around placing of the horseshoe pitch was contingent around also the parking. I think where the trail was going to go through, I think there was an agreement. The Horseshoe Club had indicated that there was room to go down the side. Where the horseshoe pitch is currently fenced, that is on agricultural land. So, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe almost all of it's on the agricultural land reserve. And so the parking can't go there. It will go somewhere else. So I don't know that we're still in that same conflict any longer.
Correct. So that's what I say, is that I think now it's we've got sort of the go-ahead, or we've got a direction from the ALC, so now we can actually start negotiating and see what we come up with.
So I'll move a motion that council directs staff to ask for, you've already asked for the extension, haven't you? Sorry.
Enter into.
If I may help, item 2A-B, if you look through, direct staff to proceed.
Thanks, Ms.
And that would be within the 150,000.
Okay.
And that's one that's on page 203.
And that's for the bike project. And then 2B is about the parking, and 2C is about the horseshoe pitch.
Right.
Okay, so that council confirms the project, directs staff to proceed with the survey, design, and construction of the multi-use trail from Kirby Road to Souk Road, including through an area of the park property, subject to council approval of the trail location prior to construction, and
Not
that
to exceed 150.
and that it not exceed 150,000 in total costs.
Correct. Okay. And if I remember correctly, Councillor Casper, and I just wanted to put in there as a comment. Oh, do we have a seconder for that? No. Okay, now we can have a discussion. I remember Councillor Casper said that we engage some of our local suppliers or contractors in the rough estimates of the trail construction. Is that? It was previous discussion because we have trail design guidelines, and estimate the length and then go to that. I'm going back to what you said.
No, but I don't think we have to get that specific. I think staff has heard the message. We have to operate within $150,000.
Okay.
And if we can find the best means possible to fulfill that, then I leave it up to the good work of staff to do that.
Okay, I'll move that.
Oh, we have to have a vote on that.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, all those in favor? Carried.
Okay, I'd like to move the motion that council confirms its wishes to construct the parking lot on the portion of the Souk River Road Park that is not in the agricultural land reserve, and confirm the parking area project, direct staff to proceed with the survey, design, and construction of a permeable surface parking area subject to council approval of the project prior to construction, and that staff include this project in the 2016 capital plan.
Second.
Okay, now I'll invite discussion. Now, this is going to be, Mr. Hobday is going to, he's in the back. He's been waiting all night, poor guy. Okay. There's a piece of this that is contingent on, we now know that the ALR land is for many things. Have we decided that we are going to make that property a park? Because it's currently not a park. We have to, I think we have to direct staff to proceed with that actually becoming a park in P1, and then the uses within it, because we've talked about that publicly for a long time. It's not a park yet. It's a piece of property that is ALR, and then ALR, park is permitted use in ALR, and I think that we have to I think we have to direct staff now to converting that into a park. Yes, because I think because it's just a piece of public property, and then we got to go through a whole public process. But I think if we dedicate it as a park, we can get into use on that land.
Is that correct?
If you remember the process.
But we have a motion.
We have a motion to what? Well, I'm just open for discussion. I might defeat. Okay, sorry.
No, but I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
But we can't make another motion until we deal with this one.
No,
So
but
if
what-
this one
this is-
should.
I'm just saying that for discussion before we vote on it.
Okay.
There's a piece of this, and that's why that's why I brought it up now. This piece of property is not a public park yet.
Yes, that's correct.
And therefore, we can't do anything with it until it becomes a park.
Your worship, just for clarification, you can have a park use in any zone.
Correct. But it's currently not a park. We have to dedicate it as a park. We have to go through our public hearing process to make that a park, correct? Right now, it's just a piece of property.
That we can have park use in that zone.
So you don't have to make it a park.
But, okay, but from a technical point of view, is it a park in Souk?
Yes.
No, it's not. It's a piece of land that we bought that was residential, right? Or whatever it was zoned as. So and I know that we can do whatever we want with it when we call it a park, but I still think the fact remains is that we bought a piece of property off of somebody. We've never changed it to a park. We've never dedicated it as part, whatever you have to do officially, and then the uses. I know that we can have a park in ALR. I read that in the local government act. We can do whatever we want with it as long, once it's a park. Then when we have a park, then we develop a park plan for that piece of property. Is that correct? Isn't that the order of things to happen?
We certainly can have a park plan for a piece of property. But I think the key is that we can have a park use in any zone. So regardless of what zone that piece of property is, we can use it as a park. We can call it a park, and the use can be a park.
Okay. And I'm only asking these questions because you know what's going to come next meeting. If that's not a park now, it's just a piece of land, in my mind, right? And then several people in the public will show up next meeting and say, what is that land? So what's the process now? Or I guess I'd like to, I'm going to ask that we make this a park. I'm going to make a motion that we make it a park. Yes?
And if it's procedurally, if I may,
Yes.
if you get through these motions and then make a motion that you direct staff to begin the housekeeping amendment to the OCP or zoning bylaw, whichever's required, to make this a park, then that's something council can do. But these can still happen concurrently.
Yes. I just want to remind everyone in the room that we've never dedicated that as a park. And it's not officially a park in our community plan. I know it shows it on there.
No, it doesn't actually.
It just shows it as agricultural land.
It shows it as RU3.
Correct. Now, we can have a park in RU3 and we can have a park in agricultural land, but my point is that we can't go about things with a piece of public property as a park if it's not. So I know it may be a technicality, but I want to clean that up. All right? That's my wish. I don't know. I'll wait. I'm only one.
Quit talking.
I know where I'm going to get it from next week. So, we have a motion on the floor?
Mm-hmm.
Any other discussion on it?
For Ms. Sprinkling, so if this motion passes, we can still do what?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor? Okay. I'd like to make a motion that we direct staff to create a park on that piece of property. Do it.
If I may?
Yes.
It is already a park. What you want is to amend the bylaws to reflect that it is a park.
Okay. That's what I would like to do. Okay, any further discussion on that?
No.
All those in favor? Good. Everybody wants to go home, sorry.
Excuse me, Your Worship, there is the 2C that deals with the horseshoe pitch.
Yes. So now we have to talk, okay? Trust me where I'm going with this.
Well, I know where you're going with it.
Okay, we're getting it to a park so that we can have uses in there, so that we have a park plan then it's just got to come to public hearing and a park use, permitted use within the park. Okay?
That's correct, but you know what we went through with this part.
Yep.
Okay, so,
Well, what we have to do it right.
We just want to get started on some
Yes.
construction, so.
We have to follow procedure, because if we don't, then we will be challenged. And then we get caught in procedure as opposed to use. And that's,
So the motion that was brought to the table
Yes.
today for C.
Yes.
For C, which was the horseshoes, that was supposed to be either turned over to staff to work with us, or you guys are going to vote on it and turn us down.
correct. We haven't got there yet.
You haven't got there yet.
To item C. We haven't got,
No.
that's the next one. We haven't got to C yet.
Oh, I thought you had.
No.
No.
Okay. So page 204. Now we need to deal with item C.
So I would move the motion that the mayor request confirm that it wishes the Horseshoe Club to proceed with the construction of the horseshoe pitch on the park property within the ALR, and for staff to work with the Sioux Horseshoe Pitch Society to locate the horseshoe pitch in accordance with the agreement and the ALR approval.
Okay, so we have a mover and a seconder. One question from Councillor Casper.
So I just want to get it clearly understood that it's within the marked out area or fenced area that currently exists there, and I think it was to accommodate, was it 6 or 8 horseshoe pitches?
Right now, the area that's fenced off, we could accommodate 12 courts in there, but we would like to eventually, if we ever did grow, to get to 24, but which would be increase the other way north on the property. But right now, we could get 12 courts in there, but
Okay.
we're not planning on putting 12 in right away. We're just going to put in maybe 4 to 6 courts in right now.
So we have a motion and a seconder.
It's 12, right?
Okay. All those in favor? Okay. Getting closer. Thanks for staying all night.
Yeah.
Okay. Now we'll go back to the agenda. Okay. Okay. Reports requiring information, Council Committee of the Whole, Commission, Staff, CEO, Development Service. R11, RCMP. Seconder?
Second.
All those in favor? Okay. R11, Mayor and Council reports. Okay, we'll start on that end. We're going to start second from the end.
Second from the end. You go.
I attended the École Poirier Nature Playground ceremony, and it was a lot of fun with the kids singing and drumming, and got to go out in the rain and check out the playgrounds. I just wanted to pass along that the school does thank us for our support in that. It's a really cool place, so just wanted to pass that along, and also that I'm sad I missed the employee awards today. Sorry to staff for missing that.
Councilor Parkinson?
I have 3 pages, so I won't read them.
Read them to 11. Then we shut it down.
I just want to say just a couple of them then. So I would like to say that Help Fill a Fire Truck campaign was totally awesome, and they did a fabulous job, and I enjoyed volunteering up there for a number of times. And I also want to say that I really like our Christmas tree in the roundabout. And I would like to thank the volunteers who helped put it up. And that I also went to the new fire hall, the opening of the new fire hall in East Sioux. And it was a very good turnout there, and they have a really nice facility. So I'll turn this in to
You'd save it
Tina.
for next time. Councilor Casper?
Yeah, I'll be pretty short. I attend on behalf of yourself a meeting with all of the mayors from the capital region and the Minister Peter Fassbender in regard to the issues raised in the referendum question on amalgamation or local governance issues within the capital region. And the topic of discussion was Capital Region Integrated Services and Governance Initiative, and that was the topic of discussion. It was not about amalgamation. It was about trying to work collaboratively on the whole question of the integration of ongoing or proposed new government services that current municipalities are doing or not doing. I mentioned the fact that there are 8 municipal jurisdictions right now that in essence have integrated services, and that was the RCMP. The reason I use them as an example is because there's a pool of resources there that are available to all the municipal jurisdictions that have an RCP and contract that aren't necessarily available to the other municipalities. We do pay additional fees for those additional services, but they are readily available because we're dealing with one entity that we commonly are serviced by. It was roughly a 2-hour meeting, and there no doubt will be some more work from the ministry side on this issue. Sooke did not vote or have a vote on the referendum question, but I think it's pretty understood that whether a community initiated a referendum or not, that there are some common issues that we can all benefit from.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Ray?
Unfortunately, I was unable to attend the Vancouver Island Library board meeting in November, and I did attend the CREST meeting last week.
Thank you. I have nothing to report. Okay, reports, correspondence dated Council Riff yeah, C11, okay. Oh yeah, sorry, I skipped over that. Okay, correspondence requiring action. Correspondence dated November 20th from the Victoria Family Court and Youth Justice Committee. The council can, pardon me?
We need to approve the motion to receive the council.
Oh, okay.
I moved that. Did we vote? I second we didn't vote.
Okay, okay.
All in
Sorry.
favor?
All those in favor? Okay, C11, correspondence stated that council consider the following resolution, that the council requests that the BC government take action to redress the failings of the systems that continue to plague intervention into children's lives in the name of protection and adhere to the principles enunciated in the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. Any comments? So what do we have to do with that? Requiring action? It says requiring action, just move receipt?
Move receipt. Council can just accept the letter. That's something they asked you to consider, that
Okay,
motion.
thank you.
Move receipt.
Do we have a seconder? All those in favor? Good. I-11, correspondence received November 18th from the Union of British Columbia Municipalities Policy Update, Community Paramedicine Initiatives.
Move receipt.
All those in favor? I-2, correspondence received from November from the Prime Corp Prime Corp's annual report.
Move receipt.
Okay. All those in favor? Okay, last, notice of motion, notice by Councillor Kerry Ray from November 23rd, 2015, regular council meeting for consideration by council, section 41 of the council procedure bylaw. The council considering the following motion. The District of Sooke Council has heard from its residents in the Otter Point Road area of their significant problems with the depleted aquifer, such they must at times purchase potable water. And whereas at the end of the Wanafuka water distribution water line is located a short distance from the affected residents. And whereas within the identified urban growth area and the District of Sooke Regional Contact Statement, the district has indicated its intention to provide clean and treated potable water to all residents of Sooke within the district's municipal boundary. Therefore, the District of Sooke Council requests that the Wanafuka Water Distribution Commission extend their Otter Point water line to the municipal boundary, service all homes en route, and provide funding for the water servicing from their Development Cost Charge Fund.
So I'll just briefly speak to it. And I don't have the date, but a couple years ago we had a group of residents from the northern part of Otter Point who spoke to council about the need for potable water. Otter Point, there are 2 roads off of Otter Point, Pascal and I had this all. Pasco and Sellers.
Correct.
And between those 2 and the Otter Point, there's about 2.5 kilometers of road where our Sooke residents don't have access to the potable water. And it services about 70 lots. And with the recent decision of this council in May to support the right of the opportunity to provide all residents with water, I thought this was good timing to revisit this issue for these residents. At the time, I did say that we would continue to look into it, but I think now is the time to go to the Juan de Fuca Water Distribution Commission and ask them to fund in full or in part the cost from the DCCs that they take from developers that contribute to this water commission.
Okay.
Can I just speak to it?
Yes, you can.
Yeah, I just want to let you know that at the last regional board meeting I attended on behalf of council that I did contact Ted Robbins, who is the executive officer for and looks after the entire water system, that this matter was going to be dealt with by council on December 14th. And he said that the timing was good, as it could go to the Juan de Fuca Commission in January, and it's something that they could then discuss.
Okay. So the question, and we have a mover and a seconder. So now, what happens with this motion, Ms. Sprinkling? It comes on to regular council meeting to...
This is it.
This is it, and it just goes on to, now it goes forward to the Juan de Fuca Water Commission from here.
Correct, yes.
Okay? Hopefully I'll be there at that meeting on January 3rd. Okay. All those in favor? Carried.
We need a motion to go in.
Your worship, may we have a motion to extend
past
the meeting
11 a.m.
past 11?
Second.
All those opposed? All those in favor? Okay, so I think that's, now can we have,
We missed one.
oh, NB1 on the
then we're
bottom,
done.
sorry.
And then we're done.
Capital Regional District Safe Routes to School Project Active Transportation Healthy Communities Program. Council to consider motion as Capital Regional District Safe Routes to School Active Transportation. Okay?
I'll speak to, can I speak?
Do you speak to this? Yes?
Yes, I asked that this item be placed on the agenda, and it's in regard to the recommendation that was not approved by council from the Parks and Trails Committee. And just to give you some background, I did mention the fact that the Capital Regional District has an initiative called the Active Transportation Healthy Communities Program, and one of the aspects of this program is to deal with safe route to school. I didn't support that motion when it came to the regional board because I felt that why would the regional board want to get involved in a process where other municipalities are currently doing it, like us, Langford, and other jurisdictions. So that motion passed, so Sooke is actually paying its fair share of the program. So with that being said, then I felt then if we're paying for it, then we should take full advantage of the program. There will be some 25 schools that will be identified or dealt with. And if we pass this motion tonight to refer the project that we were wanting to look at, which was a safe route to school to Journey and Poirier School from Sun River, and I think the high school was included if I'm not mistaken, but if, you know, that being said, I don't think the high school necessarily was, but it was those two, the middle school and the elementary school. So that's the motion, is to refer that project that was recommended by the Parks and Trails Committee to the CRD as a project. So that's my motion.
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
And I think we'll be first in the hopper.
Perfect. So does staff, that's good? Okay, perfect. Thank you. Now, can we have a motion to adjourn?
Well, no, I think I think that's Teresa said, that's what.
No, I'm going to, doesn't that go in camera now? Yeah. Okay, now we have a motion to adjourn the public,
Yes, and to go in camera.
to go in camera, yes.